On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, this is Hawkeye Baseball. Iowa Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Bud Light, proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle. Iowa Corn. You might think Iowa just grows corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. Brought to you by Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. Also brought to you by Oak Knoll Retirement Community and by University of Iowa Healthcare. Changing medicine, changing lives. Hawkeye Baseball is on the air.
From Goodyear, Arizona, it's opening day and time for Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Live from Goodyear Ballpark, it's the 2026 season opener between the Kansas State Wildcats and the Iowa Hawkeyes. Welcome to the broadcast booth this afternoon. I'm John Leo from a cloudy and overcast and a somewhat cool Arizona. My color analyst, John Evans, he'll join us next weekend at Florida Atlantic. That's sort of like the first day of school. The anticipation's been built. The winter workouts are complete. The hay's in the barn, and today is the start of the 2026 campaign. The Hawkeyes return nearly all of their position players, but they also have to replace almost all of their innings pitched from a year ago. Familiar faces like Gable Mitchell, Miles Risley, and Caleb Wolf will lead the Hawkeyes, along with Cooper Schulte, Jackson Frost, and Kellen Strohmeyer. On the pitching side of things, all three starters from a year ago moved on, and Iowa lost a couple of key bullpen arms to the pros and to graduation. Plenty of young talent in this pitching staff, and Tyler Guerin will earn the opening day start today. The 2026 season is here. It is time for Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. From the Goodyear Ballpark in Goodyear, Arizona, it's the Wildcats and the Hawkeyes, Kansas State and Iowa, with first pitch coming up in just about 15 minutes. We'll take our first break of pregame. We'll be back with more right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Mid-American Energy, our 1.6 million customers depend on our energy 24/7. That's why we work 24/7 to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need. To keep our 99.9% reliability record, we're enhancing our technology, improving resiliency, and investing in critical infrastructure. We're generating power from all available resources to cover any increases in demand. And we're innovating to ensure you always have the energy you need. Mid-American Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
From the roar of the crowd to Carver cones, can't miss plays and heart-pounding finishes. There's something for everyone at an Iowa athletics event. Don't just hear about it or see the clip on your phone. Be part of it. Change up your routine and get your friends together for an Iowa athletics event. Make it a memorable one by visiting HawkeyeSports.com. Fire up the fight song, cue the victory polka, and experience what it means to be a Hawkeye on Iowa. And go Hawks!
You asked for all the extreme internet performance at an all-in price, and we listened. Get 1 gig internet with a 2-year price lock and everything included. Unlimited data for non-stop streaming, powerful Wi-Fi for enhanced coverage, built-in online threat protection, and internet equipment. All for just $65 a month for 2 years. It's the extreme 1 gig internet deal you asked for. Call 844-4FASTER or visit extreme.com for details. Offer available to new customers only. Price doesn't include one-time charges, tax, and government fees.
John Leo back with you from Goodyear Ballpark in Goodyear, Arizona. The MLB Desert Invitational. The Hawkeyes will play 3 games out here in Arizona, the Phoenix area. This will be our only time that we'll be at Goodyear Ballpark. We'll open the season today against Kansas State. Tomorrow the Hawkeyes will play Air Force at the Talking Stick Salt Fields over a little bit closer to our hotel. We had about a 50-minute drive over here to the ballpark today. This is the spring training ballpark for the Reds and the Guardians. An all-grass, natural grass, real dirt field that we'll be playing on today. So we'll play Kansas State here. We'll play Air Force tomorrow and then finish up the weekend down here with Northeastern, a power team from the East Coast. That we'll wrap up the weekend with. So we're hitting the ground running with some tough competition. Kansas State was 32-26 a season ago. They were 17-13 in the Big 12. The Wildcats earned a spot in the NCAA tournament. They were a regional team last year. They were the 3 seed in the Austin Regional, where they went 1-2 with a 7-4 win, but then losses to UTSA and Texas, the 2 teams that were above them. Kansas State finished 6th in the Big 12. Head coach is Pete Hughes. Iowa and Kansas State actually met a few years ago, 2023, the year that Iowa went to the regional. Most recently, the Round Rock Classic, the Hawkeyes were victorious 6-5. A few years have passed. When we look in the Iowa dugout, not very many of the guys that were on that 2023 team are still around. And certainly, even if you look from last year to this year, a lot of new faces. We will introduce them to you as today rolls along here in the season opener of 2026, Iowa and Kansas State. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll hear from Coach Heller right after this.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oaknall.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Iowa fans, with US Mode from US Cellular, you can keep your eye on the game, not on your screen. Whether you're inside the stadium, tailgating in the lots, or listening to the game at home, US Cellular wants you to focus on genuine connections with your family, friends, and fellow Hawkeye fans. That means at game time, you should do less scrolling and more cheering. So eliminate distractions and build connections by setting your phone to US Mode, because game day is for cheering on the Hawkeyes. Go Hawks! US Cellular, built for us.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment. Knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to wellmark.com/every moment to find a plan right for you.
Go for the big Honda savings. Save thousands on a new Honda today with 0.99% financing. Go for the selection and inventory. Honda cars, trucks, vans, and SUVs are on sale. Get as low as 0.99% APR on a new 2025 Ridgeline. Go for the most Car and Driver 10 Best Awards with 98 trophies. Search your local Honda dealer today. See dealer for financing details. Financing on credit approval offer ends 3/2/26.
Welcome back to Goodyear Ballpark. Down here in Arizona, Iowa, and Kansas State. Going to duke it out here in the opening day matchup. As we take a look at the Hawkeyes here. Beginning the 2026 campaign, they were 33-22-1 last year. 2025 finished 21-9 in the Big Ten, which was good for third overall. Big Ten tournament semifinalist before having their season ended by UCLA. Iowa was 3-8-1 in neutral site games last year. And a few of those losses came to Washington State early on down in Texas as Iowa was trying to kind of figure out what type of team they were going to have, what type of season they were going to have. And then from that moment on, the Hawkeyes really caught fire and went on an impressive run during the Big Ten season. March and April were particularly kind to the Hawkeyes last year, and then ran into some pretty stiff competition against Oregon State and Oregon to wrap up the season. Iowa had a shot to win the Big Ten, claim it outright, or grab a share of it, but Oregon took care of business in Iowa City to end the regular season. And Iowa put together a good performance over in Omaha, but ultimately did not make a regional, went 33-22-1 last year. Here in 2026, the Hawkeyes lost 21 letter winners, including 4 starters, 3 starting pitchers. Cade Obermuller, Aaron Savary, Reese Buter have all moved on, with Savary and Obermuller being drafted, Reese graduating. A couple more bullpen arms were drafted, also graduated. Anthony Watts was a big one that was drafted by the Cardinals. He moved on. Some staff departures for Iowa. Sean Kenny, our pitching coach last year, he took the pitching job at Arizona right around Christmas break. And then Mitch Bowe was promoted within the Washington Nationals program. So we lost Coach Kenny, we lost Coach Bowe. And there are a lot of familiar faces on the staff now for Coach Heller. The Hawkeyes bring back Dave Pearson as an assistant coach. It's his second stint with the Hawkeyes. He was a volunteer coach in 2021, recently a scout for the LA Dodgers. He kind of flexes that World Series ring. I noticed him wearing it a little bit yesterday. So he's back in an assistant coach role. Wes Obermuller is the new pitching coach, Cade Obermuller's father, and so Wes gets the nod as the pitching coach. Travis Mueller is now the director of player development. Casey Soley, director of programs and player strategies. Student assistants this year for Iowa, Merrick Matthews and Ty Plummer. We'll give you more on the staff as today goes along. Head coach Rick Heller in his 13th season, 30-plus wins in all seasons except for the COVID-impacted seasons. One was a COVID-shortened year. The other one was just impacted because we played a Big Ten-only schedule. Iowa ended up going 26-18 that year under Coach Heller. But 13 years, we've got 30-plus wins in all of those seasons with the exception of those two. Associate head coach for the Hawkeyes, Marty Sutherland, who typically joins us post-game. Beautiful day here in Arizona. We'll get you the starting lineups when we come back from this break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Despite the unshakable Iowa-Corn Cy-Hawk rivalry, there is one thing Iowa State and University of Iowa fans can both agree on: getting hyped for Unleaded 88. It's cleaner burning and better for your engine, and it's cheaper than other fuel options, making Unleaded 88 the clear fuel choice. If Iowa Corn Cy-Hawk rivals can agree on it, you know it's worth the hype. So pump it up with Unleaded 88, grown by Iowa corn farmers.
Hi, this is Coach Jan Jensen inviting you to join me for Hawk Talk, live from the Watermill Kitchen and Bar inside the Hyatt Regency at the Iowa River Landing. We'll talk Hawkeye women's basketball, answer your questions, and have a lot of fun along the way. The show airs weekly on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Check the full schedule at HawkeyeSports.com. I'd love to see you there. Go Hawks!
John Leo with you from Goodyear Ballpark down in Arizona, getting set for first pitch between the Iowa Hawkeyes and the Kansas State Wildcats in the 2026 season opener. Head coach Rick Heller of the Hawkeyes, head coach Pete Hughes of the Kansas State Wildcats. They are exchanging lineup cards over home plate right below us. Nice ballpark, as you'd imagine, with the Cleveland Guardians and the Cincinnati Reds playing their spring training here. Without my broadcast partner, John Evans, for this week, he'll join us next weekend down in Florida. Iowa has a 3-game set with Florida Atlantic, and the Hawkeyes will wrap up their road run of non-conference games the weekend following the Florida Atlantic series, when Iowa takes on Alabama, Houston, and Oregon State down in Texas. Iowa will wrap up non-conference play with a home series against Lindenwood. We've got our first home game actually coming up when we get back here on Tuesday. UW Platteville is going to come on down. It's supposed to be mid-60s in Iowa City on Tuesday. And so at 3 o'clock on Tuesday, come on out to the ballpark at Banks and take in this Iowa baseball team, hopefully coming home with a few wins to play in front of our great home crowd. We'll take our final break of pregame. We come back, I'll get you those starting lineups and first pitch of Iowa Hawkeye baseball against Kansas State. Back in a moment. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
You power Start your day with passion and purpose. It's the same for Alliant Energy. We're modernizing the grid, blending new, renewable, and traditional energy sources to meet growing demand safely and reliably. We're rising to the challenge to meet your energy needs today and for generations to come. Visit alliantenergy.com/poweringbeyond to learn more.
Hawk fans, be sure to visit and connect with the official Des Moines local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes, Aplos, and Community Choice Credit Union. Do you smell that? No, it's not just toast. That's the smell of your car payment becoming toast. Move your car loan to Community Choice and toast those payments for 99 days. Get started at unbankyourride.com. Loan subject to credit approval and analysis.
The conversation between the head coaches still taking place around home plate. Coach Heller and Coach Hughes. Now we're starting to get the ground rules determined. But we'll give you today's starting lineups. Opening day, as the sun tries to break through these overcast skies. There were rumors of showers here this afternoon. And naturally for Iowa to come on down to Arizona and get some rain in the forecast when it's typically quite dry here in the desert. This is Iowa's first time at the 2026 MLB Desert Invitational. A lot of teams are here. Iowa just playing a few of them. K-State today, Air Force tomorrow, and then meeting the Northeastern Huskies for the first time in program history on Sunday afternoon. But first, it's the Kansas State Wildcats, who will be the home team today, so they'll take the field first. Iowa, the away team, they'll get to bat first in today's game as the coaches' meeting breaks up. All right, first up for the Iowa Hawkeyes, here is the batting order. A lot of familiar names and faces that we'll see, but some changes that have taken place. So we will cover the guys that you should know and the guys that are new to you. We'll cover them all the same. Leading off will be Gable Mitchell. He'll play second base. Caleb Wolf, the first baseman, will bat second. Miles Risley, the starting center fielder, the quarterback of the outfield, he will bat third. One of the newcomers is Bryce Phelps. He will be the DH and in the cleanup spot for Iowa today. Kellen Strohmeyer gets the nod in right field and will bat fifth. Jackson Frost, the start at the hot corner at third base, batting sixth for the Hawkeyes. And then 7, 8, 9, Cooper Schulte at shortstop. Matthew Delgado is Iowa's catcher this year. And Jalen Ziegler, he will start in left field and bat ninth for the Hawkeyes. The first arm for Kansas State will be James Guyette. Guyette will start for the Wildcats. He was a bullpen arm last year with a 4.70 ERA in 24 appearances. So he pitched more than any other Wildcat last season. He had a 4-3 record. He had 4 saves, 51 2/3 innings, gave up 44 hits. He struck out 51 and he walked 27. Opponents batted .226 against him, and they did some damage as well with 6 doubles, 3 triples, and 4 home runs. So he has the most appearances from a season ago for the Wildcats with 24. The most bullpen innings pitched, 4th on the team last year. They have a returner from their starting rotation last year, Lincoln Sheffield, but he is not going for the Wildcats today. Guyette, a tall right-handed pitcher, and it looks like he might operate solely out of the stretch for the Wildcats today. Coach Heller talked earlier about how he is similar to Tyler Guerin, only not as tall. Kind of got that whip right-handed action that's got some run, so he's going to run a sinker ball down and in on those right-handed hitters for Iowa. The Hawkeyes usually do a pretty good job against pitchers that work the bottom of the zone. He's got that 3/4 slot with some good ride on that fastball. He'll use the changeup against lefties, and he'll throw the slider against righties when he tries to get him out. All right, we're ready for baseball here in Goodyear and in 2026. It's a pleasure to have you along with us this afternoon, whether you're listening in Iowa City, the state of Iowa, or coast to coast. Gable Mitchell is in the box, standing in from the left side. The first pitch is on the outside edge for strike number 1, and we are underway. Sun breaking through the clouds. Here in Arizona, 70 degrees. No balls and a strike to Mitchell. Gable takes a strike at the bottom of the zone, 0-2. Gable, the starting second baseman for the black and gold. Down in the count to Guyette, operating strictly out of the stretch. The right-hander is ready. And the 0-2 to Gable. That drifted away. Outside, ball 1. Mitchell was Iowa's best hitter, had the most hits last year was 74, as he hits one just foul down the third base line. Mitchell batted .329, only behind Caleb Wolf, who batted .364. We'll see Caleb next. He's in the on-deck circle. Mitchell started all 56 games, had a 52-game on-base streak. He's got some work to do here. Underway in Arizona. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Mitchell. Guyette is ready from the stretch. The right-hander with a long pause. Now he pitches. Gable pops up. Foul territory, third base side. Nobody will be able to get to it, as the third baseman Gallagher had the best shot, but he shifted so far away from the third base bag that the ball fell to the turf, fell to the grass in foul ground. So we'll do it again. This is typical Gable Mitchell at bat going on right now. He did fall behind early, taking 2 strikes. But he's battling in the box now. Count is still 1-2. Guyette is ready from the belt. He delivers, and Gable is hit by the pitch. That is something that Coach Sutherland talked about in the scout this morning. Guyette hit 14 batters. I mentioned that in the introduction of the right-handed pitcher for K-State. It was the most of any pitcher for K-State last year. 14 hit batters in 51 innings, and Gable Mitchell is on to start today's game. Mitchell led Iowa in stolen bases last year with 12. Here comes Caleb Wolf, who batted .364 for the Hawkeyes last season. He stands in from the left side. Mitchell at first. First pitch to Caleb is a strike on the outer third. It's 0-1. Wolf settling in to a starting role late in the season. He was a bat for Iowa that he just found a way to get on. Primarily singles, good contact hitter for the Hawkeyes. Here's the 0-1. Caleb watches that sail outside and away. 1 ball and 1 strike. Iowa wearing their all-gray uniforms to start the season. Iowa spelled out in black block lettering across the chest. They've got black numbers and gold trim on the backside. Gold cleats for the Hawkeyes. Ball and a strike. Here's the pitch. Wolf lays down a bunt. Third base side. Guyette picks it up and throws it over to first to retire Wolf. Mitchell scurries to second. Sack bunt for Wolf. And he's out number 1. Runner in scoring position for Iowa's center fielder Miles Risley. Risley's the first right-handed hitter in the box for Iowa today. Mitchell out there at second with a good lead. Big gap in left center as the wind blows straight away to center. Slider outside from Guyette. 1 ball, no strikes. .345 down the line in right with a pretty high wall. Straight away 410 to dead center. Same dimension over to left, 345. 1-0 pitch, that hit Risley. Got him between the shoulder blades. And a couple of free bases issued by Guyette here in the first inning. Hawkeyes will look to make him pay. First and second, 1 out. And here is our first newcomer into the batting order, Bryce Phelps. He's the DH. Phelps is from Denver, Iowa. Northeast Iowa, small town up by Waterloo, Cedar Falls. Stands at 6'2". He's in at the right side. Got some power here. He transferred in from Wagner. First pitch to him is a called strike, low and away. That's a good take. Phelps started his career at Southeastern Community College. Then went out to Wagner. Getting to play his final season for the hometown school. Home state school. Here's the 0-1. That's inside. Guyette tried to work him in, just about hit him, but Bryce watched it go by. He was a first-team all-conference selection a year ago at Wagner. Spent 2 years at Wagner. Batted .399, 75 hits, 14 doubles, and he had a home run. Here's the 1-1. That's inside, but called a strike this time. It's 1-2. Iowa threatening right away in the first, making Guyette throw quite a few pitches. He's up over 15. A ball and 2 strikes with 1 out. Runners on first and second. Mitchell off the bag at second, so Guyette will spin and throw. Inouye, the second baseman for K-State, he's there to cover, but Mitchell is back. Kansas State with some sharp uniforms, purple tops. Those are fresh. White pants, purple caps in the field. Good uniform matchup today under the Arizona sun. A ball and 2 strikes. Righty on righty matchup. Here's the pitch to Phelps. Swing and a miss. Phelps down on strikes. It'll be up to Kellen Strohmeyer to keep the top of the first alive. That was the changeup from Guyette. He throws that primarily to lefties. Good pitch. And it retired Phelps. 2 down now for Strohmeyer, left-handed hitter. Strohmeyer played in 38 games a season ago. Fastball drifted outside to him for ball 1. Left-handed hitter, looks like he's changed his stance a little bit. More bend in the knees for Strohmeyer this year in an open stance, pointed towards second base. Here's the 1-0 from Guyette. Strohmeyer takes low and outside for strike number 1. Kellen, a redshirt junior from Dubuque, played his high school baseball at Dubuque Hempstead. Ball and a strike. Guyette giving a good look to Mitchell at second, and he'll spin and fake a throw there. No throw, and so Gable gets back. We've got Risley at first as well. Mitchell and Risley both hit by pitches. Strohmeyer, a .270 hitter. He's got some pop in the bat. A lot of room in right center for him. Here's the 1-1 from Guyette. Way outside, opposite batter's box, 2-1. They're playing Kellen to pull on the infield, so shifted over to the right. Opposite field in the outfield. 2-1. Here's the pitch to Strohmeyer. Line drive, base hit into left. Mitchell around third. They're going to send him, and now they'll pump the brakes on him, and the bases will be loaded for Jackson Frost. Dave Pearson, the third base coach for the Hawkeyes, he gave Gable the wave and then got down the line with Mitchell and threw up the stop sign. Gable got back to third. That was the right call, too. It was a good throw from left fielder Vasquez. Bases loaded for Iowa in the first. And like John and I really keep a close eye on, and like the coaching staff does, they've pretty much taught us that. This pitch count getting up there for Guyette. He's at 20 in the first. Jackson Frost is up. First pitch, slider outside. Frost, the starting third baseman for the Hawkeyes. Number change this year. Redshirt sophomore. He takes strike 1. Attended high school at Mount Ayr in Kellerton, Iowa, a native of Kellerton, Iowa. 6'3", 195. It's been fascinating to watch the Hawkeyes build up a little bit of size and strength. Miles Risley, he certainly put on some good weight in the offseason. Frost skies this into shallow center. Bolin, the center fielder, coming forward. He makes the catch for the third out. Iowa will leave the bases loaded in the first. Tyler Guerin is strolling to the mound. He will be the starting pitcher for Iowa. We'll get you Kansas State's batting order and the rest of the Iowa defense right after this. No score through the top of the first. Back in a moment. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Our mission at Oaknall is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oaknall is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oaknall.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Save time when you shop online with Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to order groceries online through our app or Hy-Vee.com. Pickup is always free. And if you have a Perks Plus membership, you get free delivery and free express pickup. Shop online with Hy-Vee and you can create and save grocery lists. Shop the sales and get fuel savers. Talk about convenient. Order groceries online today. Check out Hy-Vee.com or download the Hy-Vee app.
Bottom of the first inning in Goodyear, Arizona. The opener of the MLB Desert Invitational. Iowa loaded the bases in the top half of the inning but could not score off of James Guyette. And so the Wildcats will come up in the bottom of the first. This is their lineup that will face Tyler Guerin. Robbie Bolin is the starting center fielder. That's a familiar name. He played at Nebraska and just recently transferred to K-State. He'll lead things off, followed by Ty Smolinski, the first baseman. Shintaro Inoue, the second baseman for the Wildcats, will bat third. Middle of the order, D. Kennedy, the shortstop. A.J. Avasco, the right fielder. And Grant Gallagher, the third baseman. 7, 8, 9 for K-State. Kyan Lotus, the DH. Carlos Vasquez, the left fielder. And Bear Madliak, the catcher. Bear Madliak was at Jacksonville State. Remember that name from a couple of years ago when we were down there in that series against Jack State. And the Hawkeyes defensively look like this on the infield, left to right. Jackson Frost at third. Cooper Schulte at short. Gable Mitchell at second. Caleb Wolf at first. Outfield left to right. Jalen Ziegler, Miles Risley, and Kellen Strohmeyer. The battery for Iowa today, Matthew Delgado is the starting catcher. And Tyler Guerin gets the opening day start for the black and gold. Guerin, a 6'6", two-way player, right-handed pitcher, sophomore from Shoreview, Minnesota. And he deals a fastball low to Robbie Bolin, the left-handed hitter for K-State. Guerin had 14 appearances a season ago, and he missed again with the fastball, this time in. 2 balls and no strikes. Started 2 games, an 0-1 record with a 7.02 ERA. Just 16 2/3 innings pitched for TG a year ago, and he stepped up quite a bit into a big spot. Goes backdoor breaker to the left-handed hitter. That's strike 1, 2 balls and a strike. Older brother Blake Guerin, departure from the team. He's going to wrap up his career at South Alabama. But Tyler gets the nod and is aiming to be Iowa's Friday night starter. He's fallen behind to Bolin 3-1. Out of the windup, Tyler's ready. He kicks and fires. And he dropped it in for strike number 2. Full count. Big pitch coming here in the bottom of the first. The 3-2. Dropped it low and out. Ball 4. Leadoff walk. Iowa's catcher is a fifth year. He's a grad student from Monrovia, California. Most recently played at North Alabama. That's Matthew Delgado. He'll be due up second for Iowa in the next inning. First pitch is bunted foul by Ty Smolinski, the first baseman for K-State. He also bats from the left side. No score in the bottom of the first. No balls and a strike. Here's the next pitch. That's at the letters for a ball. Smolinski appeared in 20 games for K-State last season. He batted .250. Just 16 at-bats. 4 for 16. Drew a few walks, though. Ball and a strike, nobody out, bottom of the first. Guerin holding the runner on, now pitches. Swing and a miss. Corkscrewed him with a slider down and in. About took out Smolinski at the shins, but he just couldn't resist. Let's see if Tyler can finish him off here. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The pitch. This is lined into right center field. Coming forward is Strohmeyer. Can't make the play. It bounced in front of him. And just off the end of the bat, Smolinski pulled it into right for a single. First hit of the game for K-State. And they've got runners at first and second with nobody out. Shintaro Inoue, the second baseman, is the third consecutive left-handed hitter that Guerin will face. Got to be thinking bunt here for the Wildcats. First pitch from Guerin. Way outside. Delgado had to flail and grab it. Third baseman Frost in on the grass, as is Wolf at first. First and second for K-State. Here's the 1-0. Outside, ball 2. No sign of a bunt yet from Shintaro, rather. But Iowa's still prepared for it. Guerin's fallen behind here 2-0. Next pitch from Guerin. That caught the low outside corner. Good pitch, 2-1. Iowa had the bases loaded in the top half of the inning. K-State getting some things going here in the bottom half. No score. The 2-1 from Guerin. That's in there for a strike. He pumped the fastball by Inoue, and he watched it go by 2-2. Nice job by Delgado behind the plate as well to keep that in the zone. Good framing there from the Iowa catcher. Big spot here. Nobody out. Runners at first and second. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Guerin checks the runner at second. Now delivers. Ground ball right side. Mitchell's got it. Flip to second for 1. Over to first. Double play. 4, 6, and 3. Mid-season form up the middle for the Hawkeyes. Double play. And that moves Bolin over to third, but with 2 outs, Kennedy will have to put it in play. Guerin, a good ground ball pitcher. And he got the double play ball there. Now 2 outs, runner at third for D. Kennedy, the right-handed hitter, and a shortstop for K-State. Kennedy started 57 games last year, all but 1. Played in all but 1 as well. 1 ball, no strikes. Pitch from Guerin. Check swing, does not matter. Called a strike. Bottom of the zone, Travis Eggert, the home plate umpire. Mike Lusky at first. Joe Maiden out there at second. Travis Reiniger at third. Count even at 1. Big spot here. Iowa trying to keep K-State off the board. The 1-1 pitch from Guerin. Outside. and dribbled away from Delgado briefly. He's able to grab it. Kennedy hit .279. Was third on the team in hits, 62. 11 home runs. He also had 15 doubles. A lot of power here from Kennedy in the cleanup spot. Next pitch from Guerin. Bounced away. Delgado can't find it. Now he does. It landed right on top of the plate. And Bolin has to get back to third base. Iowa fortunate there. Good communication from the dugout and from the infield to let Matt know, hey, where's that ball at? Point it out to Delgado. Three balls and one strike. 2 outs in the inning. Iowa trying to get out of the trouble here in the bottom of the first. Guerin from the stretch. The tall right-hander kicks and fires. High for ball 4. Doesn't get much easier here for Guerin. This is A.J. Avasco. Left-handed hitter. And there's power here. 12 doubles, 11 home runs a season ago. He batted .311, playing in all but 2 Wildcat contests. Kansas State lost their top 3 power hitters, who contributed 17, 14, and 13 home runs. No damage yet. Runners at the corners for the Wildcats. And 2 outs, no score in the first. It's a big spot for Guerin. He's at 20 pitches. Avasco in the box from the left side. Guerin ready. First pitch from Tyler is low. Called a ball. Kennedy takes second base without a throw. Delgado pump faked it, but didn't throw it. So second and third now for Kansas State, 2 outs. That pitch was close from TG. Must have been just downstairs. It's 1-0. The pitch. Flied foul over to the left. That will be out of play. 1-1. .193 at bats for Avasco a season ago. Only 31 strikeouts. Ball and a strike. Pitch from Guerin. Line drive, base hit into left. 1 run in for K-State. They're going to try to send another. Here's the throw. Frost cannot catch it. Both runs will score. And Avasco will get to second. As Jackson had it go off his glove at third, Delgado had to go track it down. And Avasco, he comes through for the Wildcats in the first. It'll be a 2 RBI single. And he advanced to second on the throw. Iowa got 2 freebies handed to him in the first. Loaded the bases but couldn't score. K-State with a couple of free bases. And they do score. It's 2-0 Wildcats in the first. Guerin deals a fastball up and in, ball 1. Grant Gallagher, the batter for Kansas State. Right-handed hitting third baseman for the Wildcats. Runner at second and 2 outs. The pitch from Guerin. Snapped the glove in there for a strike. 1-1 with the fastball. Guerin checking the runner at second, now delivering the 1-1. He dropped in the breaker. First strike, 1-2. Guerin in the driver's seat, trying to get out of this with limited damage. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The pitch. Called third strike, outside corner. Guerin gets the punch out to end the inning, his first of his outing. But Kansas State strikes first with a 2 RBI, 2 out single, and the Wildcats lead it 2-0. We'll be back for the top of the second right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hey fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fan section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
From the roar of the crowd to carver cones, can't miss plays and heart-pounding finishes. There's something for everyone at an Iowa athletics event. Don't just hear about it or see the clip on your phone. Be part of it. Change up your routine and get your friends together for an Iowa athletics event. Make it a memorable one by visiting HawkeyeSports.com. Fire up the fight song, cue the victory polka, and experience what it means to be a Hawkeye on Iowa. And go Hawks!
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
John Leo with you from the broadcast booth at Goodyear Ballpark down in Arizona. We're in the Phoenix region. In Goodyear, Arizona, the AAA home, the spring training home of the Cincinnati Reds and the Cleveland Guardians. Iowa trails K-State in the top of the second, 2-0. Cooper Schulte will be in the box first, and he takes a pitch below the knees for ball one. Iowa loaded the bases in the first, but with 2 outs, a flyout ended the threat. Kansas State was a bit more successful in their effort in the bottom of the first, and the Wildcats lead it 2-0. 1-0 pitch to Schulte is in for a strike. Cooper is Iowa's starting shortstop today. Schulte started 31 games last year. 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 1-2. Coach Heller talked about offensively for the team this year, he's in a tough spot because there are a lot of good bats, a lot of good players that might not make the starting lineup every day. So he's got to try to figure out how to piece that together. Schulte pops up the 1-2 pitch. First base side. First baseman having trouble with it, and he makes an acrobatic catch, falling away. Smolinski had a hard time tracking it, and he makes the catch for out number one. Iowa couldn't grab a break there. So Schulte pops up to the first baseman. Here's Matthew Delgado. Starting catcher, right-handed hitter for Iowa. Righty-on-righty matchup here. First pitch to Deli is a strike on the outer third. Delgado crowds the plate from the right side, looking for something to hit here, and he got an inside slider for strike two. Delgado stands at 6'1". He's a grad senior. Recently played at North Alabama. The 0-2 inside, just about hit him in the kneecaps. 1-2. Batted .296 a season ago. 56 hits, 33 runs batted in. 9 doubles and 7 home runs. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Delgado with the bases clear and 1 out. The pitch popped up, shallow center. In a way, the second baseman strolls back, and he makes the catch, 2 down. Couple of pop-outs for Iowa here in the second inning, and Jalen Ziegler comes to the plate. Ziegler starts in left field. He is the 9 hitter for the Hawkeyes. A lot of speed here with JZ. First pitch up and in for ball 1. Guyette up over 30 pitches, but he hasn't had to work near as hard in this second inning. Iowa trailing Kansas State in the second, 2-0. From the stretch, Guyette ready. From the belt, delivers. Inside, ball 2. Tons of room in left center, as Bolin, the center fielder, is shaded over towards right field. Let's see if Ziegler can find some grass out there. He sends a ground ball to third instead. Gallagher is there. He steps and throws out Ziegler by a step. And the Hawkeyes go down in order in the second. A shutdown inning for the Wildcats. K-State leads it 2-0. We're back for the bottom of the second right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hey Hawks, it's Coach Ben McCullum. Join me for Hawk Talk on the Hawkeye Radio Network, weekly at the Watermill Kitchen and Bar. Check out the full schedule at HawkeyeSports.com. Go Hawks.
You power your day with passion and purpose. It's the same for Alliant Energy. We're modernizing the grid, blending new, renewable, and traditional energy sources to meet growing demand safely and reliably. We're rising to the challenge to meet your energy needs today and for generations to come. Visit AlliantEnergy.com/poweringbeyond to learn more.
Hey, it's Coach Jan Jensen. Join me for Hawk Talk on the Hawkeye Radio Network, weekly, live at the Watermill Kitchen and Bar at the Iowa River Landing. Check the full schedule at HawkeyeSports.com. Go Hawks!
Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. Stop by today for a relaxing massage at the spa, fine dining at Ruthie's Steak and Seafood, and so much more. Visit Riverside Casino and Golf Resort today, located minutes south of Iowa City. John Leo with you from the broadcast booth down here in Arizona. 2-0 Wildcats as we approach the bottom of the second inning. 7-8-9 for K-State coming to the plate. Kyan Lotus will lead things off. He's the DH. A lot of left-handed hitters in this lineup for the Wildcats to attack Tyler Guerin. K-State with a couple of hits in that first inning as Guerin deals downstairs for ball 1. Plenty of baseball left to be played today. Big start here for Guerin to throw up a 0, though. 1-0. Inside, ball 2. Lotus shows the bunt, pulled it back. That was all for show there. It's a strike right down the heart of the plate. Season ago, Lotus batted .276. Here's the 2-1. Ground ball up the middle. Schulte cannot field it. He dropped down and tried to backhand it. It was hit pretty much right to him, and he dropped down to backhand it, and I believe it went off his foot, dribbled into center field. And Lotus is on with the E6. Coach Heller figured the strength of the team was going to be the defense. They've scored it as a hit. I respectfully disagree, although the hit would help Schulte, hurts Tyler. But as I was saying, Coach Heller really thinks that this defense can be top-notch. Need to help Tyler out a bit. First pitch is fouled off. Next one is a perfect bunt down the third base line. Tyler throws it to first, not in time. Vasquez dropped one right in front of home plate, got down the third base line, barely got to the grass. Just a good bunt there. Not sure that Iowa could have done anything differently. But K-State, good execution there. First and second again for the Wildcats with nobody out, just like the first inning. 2-0 Wildcats. And Bear Madliak is up for K-State. Right-handed hitter. He's the 9 hitter. We'll see what he does. He takes a strike from Guerin. Guerin could really use a strikeout or another one of those ground balls here. Iowa's already turned a double play today. Instead, he hits Madliak in the back. And now things are getting a bit dicey with the bases loaded and nobody out. Corners come in for the Hawkeyes. And the top of the order up for K-State. Now the corners drop back. Iowa's going to try to turn 2 up the middle. Bolin takes inside for ball 1. New pitching coach Wes Obermuller will call time, and he's out to talk with Tyler. Gonna have to settle things down here. 2-0 K-State, bottom of the second. And the Hawks in trouble again. This time the bases are loaded with nobody out for Bolin, who walked and scored an inning ago. University of Iowa Healthcare is here for you no matter where you are in the state. Changing medicine and changing lives for all of Iowa and beyond. Visit uihealthcare.org. Upcoming schedule for the Hawkeyes. Back in action tomorrow night against Air Force at 7 p.m. Central Time. Wrap up the MLB Desert Invitational against Northeastern at 2 o'clock on Sunday. UW-Platteville for a midweek game in Iowa City on Tuesday. And we'll hit the road next weekend at Florida Atlantic. 3-game set with the Owls down there. But for right now, Iowa in a bit of trouble. Bases loaded and nobody out. The 1-0 pitch is hit foul over to the right. Some activity in Iowa's bullpen, which is not something you want to see in the second inning. Ball and a strike, pitch from Guerin. High and out, ball 2. Infield back for the Hawks. Bolin in from the left side. Here's the 2-1 from Guerin. Swing and a miss, 2-2. Over the top of the breaking ball. Goodness, a strikeout would go a long way here if he can get Bolin. Let's see what Tyler's got. Bases loaded and nobody out. 2 balls, 2 strikes, the pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Same pitch, maybe a bit lower, and he got Bolin to go fishing. Huge strikeout from Guerin. That's out number 1. Still a lot of work to do as Smolinski comes up. He's singled his first time around. Infield staying back against Smolinski. Here's the first pitch from Guerin. That's hit sharply foul in front of the K-State dugout. Ricochets off the netting. Wildcats occupying the third base dugout. Iowa just below me and to the right down the first base line. Everybody up on the top rail in both dugouts. No balls and a strike on Smolinski. The pitch. Lined foul. Over to the left, and it's 0-2. Tyler's been in the zone now lately. The chat from Wes Obermuller. has worked so far. Let's see if he can get Smolinski. Huge spot early in this game, bottom of the second. Iowa holding on, but losing 2-0. Trying to avoid damage. The 0-2. This is hit well to left field. Ziegler moving over, deep enough to score the run, and it will. It'll be a sac fly. No other advancement for K-State as Lotus comes down to score. Fly out for Smolinski. And there are 2 outs. It's 3-0 Wildcats. Lotus, the man that reached on what was scored as an infield single. On the ball hit to Schulte at short. He scores. Runners at first and second and 2 outs. First pitch from Guerin to Inouye. Sailed outside for a ball. Tyler nearing the 50 pitch count here in the second. Iowa trailing 3-0. Here's the 1-0. We'll wait for it. Guerin will lob it to second to keep Vasquez around. Top of the order will be due up for Iowa in the third. Mitchell, Wolf, and Risley. But Guyette has been staked to a 3-0 lead. The starter for the Wildcats. Next pitch. That dropped in for a strike. It's 1-1. Inouye bounced into the 4-6-3 double play back in the first. There are 2 outs and runners at first and second for the Wildcats. Guerin's 1-1 pitch. Way outside. Ball 2. Two balls and 1 strike. The pitch from Guerin. Swing and a miss. Inouye did not have a good read on that. He chased a pitch that kicked up dirt. 2-2. You can live with giving up 1 run here. 3-0 Wildcats, bottom 2. Guerin comes set. Big pitch. Here it comes. Fouled back to the netting. We'll do it again at 2-2. He had Inouye a bit off balance. Ziegler in left playing shallow. Doesn't anticipate he'll get burned by Inouye. Another 2-2 from Guerin. Here it comes. This is nubbed foul in the box. And we'll do it again. Inouye, a scrappy hitter. He played in all 58 games for the Wildcats a season ago. But he had a ton of strikeouts. 43 strikeouts, but he had 42 walks. Here's the 2-2. Pulled foul down the first base line. He's hanging in there in this at-bat. See what Tyler cooks up here on another 2-2. Guerin ready, the pitch. This is hit well to left. Ziegler moving back, still tracking back in front of the warning track. He makes the catch for the 3rd out. He had to hang with it a bit, but Jay-Z made it look routine for the 3rd out. All right, not bad. Just 1 run for K-State. Could have been a lot worse. TG competes for us and gets out of the inning. It's 3-0 Kansas State. We'll go to the top of the 3rd right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
You power your day with passion and purpose. It's the same for Alliant Energy. We're modernizing the grid, blending new, renewable, and traditional energy sources to meet growing demand safely and reliably. We're rising to the challenge to meet your energy needs today and for generations to come. Visit AlliantEnergy.com/poweringbeyond to learn more.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
John Leo bringing you Iowa Hawkeye baseball in the season opening game from Goodyear, Arizona, the MLB Desert Invitational. Iowa trailing Kansas State 3-0 as we head to the third. Top of the order coming up, Gable Mitchell, Caleb Wolf, and Miles Risley. At the game or at home, Wimmer's premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork, and you get the best tasting hot dog. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. You'll get a shot to have one of those on Tuesday as Iowa will welcome UW-Platteville. Not originally on the schedule, but the weather's just too nice in Iowa City. Supposed to be in the 60s, so we'll see you at Banks on Tuesday. 3 o'clock first pitch. Iowa looking to bring home a couple of wins from Arizona. Needs some work here to do against Kansas State, trailing 3-0 in the third. Gable Mitchell is up to start this inning. Guyette at 35 pitches. He hit Mitchell to start the game. 1-0. Gable takes for a strike, 1-1. A time through the order, Iowa has one hit. It's off the bat of Kellen Strohmeyer. Iowa had a chance in the first with the bases loaded, but could not score. Kansas State scored 2 in the first and 1 in the second. 1-1 to Gable. That's low, ball 2. Decent crowd this afternoon. I'd say about 60-40 Iowa fans. Down and to the right. Kansas State fans recognizably in their purple. 2 balls and a strike to the left-handed hitting Mitchell. Gable takes, low and in. That bounced in front of the plate and ricocheted off of Madliak. 3-1. Gable was on the fringe last year of being drafted. He kind of talked about maybe being disappointed that he wasn't, but all that focus shifted now to helping this year's team win as he takes ball 4 inside. Gable's on for the second time today, and he's doing what any good leadoff hitter does. Makes that pitcher throw you something good to hit, and Guyette has been unable to do so, and so now Gable's on twice today. Caleb Wolf is up. Sack bunt in the first. See what he does here in the third. Gable with a good lead at first. Caleb slices one foul down the left field line over Coach Pearson's head. Not a ton of foul ground, especially deep down the lines in the outfield, both right and left. And, frankly, not a lot behind home plate either. It's pretty tight quarters in foul territory. The 0-1 to Wolf. Caleb hits over the third baseman's head for a base hit. And it spins toward Vasquez. An opposite field single for Wolf. Iowa's second hit of the afternoon. And more base runners for the black and gold. First and second, nobody out. Here comes Miles Risley, who was hit by a pitch back in the first. As a team, last year, Iowa hit .292. Got on base at a pretty good clip of .402. Risley stands in from the right side and takes strike 1, breaking ball inner third. Looks over to the dugout, gets the head nod from Coach Sutherland. Good take. First and second, nobody out. Iowa trying to get on the board here. Long pause from Guyette. Now the 0-1 to Risley. Swing and a miss. Maybe chased one just a bit low and out. Good fastball. K-State outfield not believing that Risley could pull one into the left center gap. They leave a lot of room there, but Miles down in the count 0-2, just needs to find a way to draw contact here. Guyette will raise the leg and then pivot and pump fake a throw to second, so we'll hold on a minute for the 0-2 to Riz. Nobody throwing in Iowa's bullpen. A couple of individuals all the way down there in that left field corner are up and stretching around, but nobody throwing. 0-2. Risley hits down the left field line. It is hooking, and it is a foul ball. Man, there's just not a lot of room down there. Maybe a few feet, maybe 5 or so, and it found the left side of the white line. Risley drove it out there to left and totally relying on the third base umpire to give us the call. Count remains 0-2 on Risley, trying to put the ball in play. Guyette ready from the belt. He pitches. Low. 1-2. Nobody out, runners at first and second. The 1-2 to Risley, popped it up. Shallow right, Avasco sprinting forward. He makes the catch. Mitchell cannot tag. Risley flies out, 1 away. (3-0) Kansas State in the top of the third, 1 away. Runners remain at first and second. Mitchell at second, Wolf at first. Here comes Bryce Phelps. He struck out in his first at bat as a Hawkeye, looking to change his fortune here. Again, a lot of room in left center. Guyette ready. The pitch. Phelps takes, fastball low and out. That's called a strike, though. 0-1. Left fielder Vasquez playing very deep, respecting Phelps a bit. Now check on Mitchell at second with a spin and throw. Gable's back, no problem. No balls and a strike on Phelps, the right-handed DH for Iowa today. Guyette with a long pause. Now he pitches, and Phelps fouled it back to the screen. Hank Bryce just missed that one. He wants that one back. That pitch floated up on him. Mitchell led off the inning with a walk, a well-earned walk. Wolf followed it up with a single, but a flyout from Risley, and Iowa trying to get these runners moving here. 0-2 on Phelps. Guyette's pitch. Check swing, and Phelps went. And they call him out. Phelps was hit by the pitch. It was so far inside, he was hit by the pitch. But he went around, and he is out number 2 on the strikeout. Two strikeouts for Phelps today. And now Kellen Strohmeyer comes up with 2 outs. First pitch to Kellen. Line drive up the middle and through into right center field. Mitchell's around third. He will score. Wolf on his way to third. He's there safely. And Strohmeyer slides into second base with an RBI double. There is a clutch base hit for Kellen Strohmeyer. The Hawkeyes are on the board. It's 3-1 and 2 more in scoring position now for Jackson Frost. Inouye, the second baseman for K-State, gave one heck of an effort, and he dove for it up the middle but could not bring it in. Mitchell scores, RBI double from Strohmeyer. 3-1 K-State. Runners at second and third, 2 outs. Here's Jackson Frost. He flied out to center his first time up. First pitch. Oh, it hit him in the head. Frost lost a helmet sticker as that flew off his lid. And the bases will be juiced for Cooper Schulte. Frost is okay. He popped right up. But like Coach Sutherland and like the scouts say, there's a lot of ride on that ball from the right-handed Guyette. And just kept coming in on Frost. He could not get out of the way, and it hit him in the dome. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Blood in the water here for Iowa. Can they even it up? Trailing 3-1 in the third. Guyette ready to pitch to Schulte. First one to Coop. Swing and a miss. Good cut. Tried to ambush a fastball, but he didn't get one. He got off speed. Huge spot. Iowa feels like they could be right back in there with a base hit. If not, leaving a bit of meat on the bone here early on. See if Coop can come through. The 0-1. Outside. Oh, called a strike. 0-2. That's a tough pitch. Needed a longer bat to hit that one. 0-2 now. Second time today that Iowa's had the bases loaded. Did not produce the first time back in the first inning. Trailing now 3-1. Time called by Guyette, and his catcher, Madliak, will jog out and talk to him. The scout says slider. He likes to throw that to the right-handers. Momentum hanging in the balance here. One way or another, it's going to break. Iowa trying to even it up, but Schulte in a deep hole here. No balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Bases are loaded for him. Guyette ready. The right-hander delivers. Swing and a miss. Schulte chased the slider low and out. Couldn't hang on. And he strikes out, leaving the bases loaded for the second time today. The Hawkeyes have left quite a few on already, but they do get on the board. It's 3-1, courtesy of the Kellen Strohmeyer RBI double. We'll head to the bottom of the third after this. K-State leads it 3-1. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, or just needs someone to listen, 988 provides a direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
We love it when the Hawkeyes do their thing, because if there's anyone who can appreciate building a legacy, it's John Deere. We've been growing our team since 1837, recruiting the best thinkers, doers, and makers to craft innovations that outpace the competition. Because whether it's cultivating the earth with a tractor or reshaping it with a 40-ton excavator, the machines we build are building America. Nothing runs like a Deere.
Kansas State leading Iowa 3-1 as we head to the bottom of the third inning. Iowa has had a ton of opportunities early on, proving that they can get to Guyette, but can't get that big hit quite yet. Iowa's left the bases loaded twice this afternoon, but did scratch across 1 run in that top of the third. Now really need a 0 from Tyler Guerin to stabilize this game. This scoreboard update is brought to you by Community Choice Credit Union. High fees, unfair charges, no early paydays, no bank you. Become an unbanker instead at Community Choice. Couple of scores around the league in the Big Ten to get us started. Michigan State is at Louisville, and the Spartans have a 3-2 lead on the 11th ranked Cardinals. Boy, what a start for MSU that would be. Ohio State leading St. Louis U 2-0 down in Florida, as Guerin deals a pitch low to D. Kennedy, the cleanup hitter for Kansas State. Northwestern trails Rice 2-0 in the first. Looks like they'll play a doubleheader today. 1-0 pitch is lined up the middle and through into center. Boy, Iowa had Kennedy shifted perfectly, and it short-hopped Mitchell right behind second base. I don't think Gable could decide if he wanted to come forward maybe a step and a half and catch it on the run or let it bounce and pick it. He did neither. And K-State's leadoff hitter is on for the third consecutive inning. Kennedy on with a single. Strike one from Guerin to Evasco, who singled in 2 runs back in the first. Good lead at first base. There goes Kennedy. The 0-1 is high and out. Throw down to second base is late. Kennedy steals second base. He had 12 stolen bases a season ago to lead K-State. Pitch was up and away. Good spot for Delgado, but Kennedy just too fast. Runner in scoring position for the Wildcats, nobody out. Ball and a strike on Evasco, left-handed hitter. Guerin's ready, the pitch. High fly ball to center. Risley battling the sun, reaching out for the wall, and he makes the catch right in front of the center field wall for out number 1. Kennedy can tag from second to third. Other games in the Big Ten today, NC State and Washington, 2026 Puerto Rico Challenge. Wolfpack and Huskies, NC State ranked 19th. They'll get underway shortly. Rutgers and Charleston just underway. Indiana starting a series at 8th-ranked North Carolina. Infield in for Iowa as Guerin dropped a breaking ball low to Grant Gallagher, the third baseman. Guerin struck him out back in the first. Michigan just across town, taking on 12th-ranked Oregon State. 1-0 is a fastball out, ball 2. Maryland will duke it out with UNC Wilmington on the road. Purdue and Portland will play down in Texas. George Mason at Oregon. 2 balls and no strikes on Gallagher with 1 away and a runner at third. 3-1, K-State with the lead in the third. Pitch. Slider out. 3 balls and no strikes. Illinois starting its season where the Hawkeyes started theirs a season ago at USF. Minnesota playing at the Stetson tournament that Iowa played in a year ago. And they will play Stetson to start its season. The 3-0, that's across for a strike, 3-1. Infield remains in for Iowa. 2 runs across for K-State in the first, 1 in the second. And they've got a runner at third and 1 out in the third. Guerin trying to battle back. 3 balls and 1 strike with 1 out. Guerin's delivery is hit foul, a spinner off the end of the bat. Full count now. And we'll have to wait a moment as we track down this foul ball in right. Penn State and Air Force will play here at this diamond when we're all done. Nebraska and Connecticut at the Salt River Fields where Iowa will play tomorrow and Sunday. Nebraska and UConn there. UCLA hosting UC San Diego and USC hosting Pepperdine. 3-2 is a fastball high for ball 4. Might not be the worst thing for Guerin there as the double play is back on. Ground ball pitcher when he's in the zone. Third walk drawn by K-State this afternoon. Bottom of the third, it's 3-1 Wildcats. First and third for K-State. And Kyan Lotus coming up, reached to start the second. He would later score. Infield back for the Hawks. Pickoff move over to first to keep Gallagher around, but he wasn't too far off the bag. Outfield playing straight up against Lotus, the left-handed hitter. First pitch to him, high and out. That was pitch number 65 for Tyler. Trying to get through the third. (1-0) from TG. Line drive up the middle, base hit. Risley scoops it up as Kennedy scores. It's 4-1 K-State. First and second for the Wildcats. Kansas State has 6 hits. Garen's been pitching to contact, but they've been finding their way through. And Carlos Vasquez comes up. He has one of the Wildcats' 6 hits. Hawkeyes have a couple of relievers in the bullpen stretching. Nobody throwing yet. Righty on righty matchup here. Garen delivers and gets a swing through from Vasquez. And it's 1-1. One ball, one strike, one out in the third. Garen's next pitch. Swing, and he fouled it off the handle of the bat. Vasquez reacting as though it hit him in the wrist, and it very well may have. But a full swing through. That ball had a lot of ride up and in. Garen in the driver's seat, 1-2. Clouds have broken up. It's turned into a sunny day in Goodyear. Mild temperatures, not too hot. Low 70s now. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Vasquez. The pitch. He got started, but he held off on a slider low and out. See what Tyler deals here. The 2-2 is outside with the fastball. Missed it. Counts full. Huge spot. We've had a lot of pressure every inning applied by K-State. See if Tyler can help himself a bit here. Full count. Had one earlier, but ended up walking Gallagher. See if Tyler can win this battle against Vasquez. The pitch. Ground ball to third. Frost gloves it. Goes to second for 1. Over to first. Double play. Wolf with a good stretch to grab it from Gable. And it goes 5-4-3 to end the threat. 1 run across for Kansas State. As the Wildcats extend their lead, it's 4-1. We'll go to the 4th, and we'll see how Iowa responds right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Whether they roll the dough or pour the joe, bake the bread or greet instead, your team goes the extra mile, and they deserve healthy eyes and a healthy smile. For plans that cover businesses of all sizes, Delta Dental customizes. With employer costs as low as $0, you can offer benefits and be a hero. Affordable coverage is a click away. Visit deltadentalia.com today.
Hey everyone, David Kahn here. It's time to play ball. The 2026 season is upon us, and the best way to get in the game is by listening to College Sports Now's official baseball podcast, Dugouts, Dumbbells, and Dingers. Each week, we'll have exclusive interviews with players and coaches that take you inside the locker room as we unpack the top stories of teams all across the country. We're delivering our best fastball, so step into the batter's box and tee us up. Available wherever you podcast on the College Sports Now feed or on YouTube. Just search Dugouts, Dumbbells, and Dingers.
Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. Homewood Suites and Home 2 Suites by Hilton each offer guests with spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country. Great to hear from so many Hawk fans on social media today. We've got a great listening audience. Really appreciate you joining us today on opening day. Really value our fans that tune into us each and every game. And if this is your first time, welcome to the show. Iowa trailing Kansas State in the top of the fourth. It's 4-1 Wildcats. Iowa has applied pressure but have not been able to reap the rewards of those base runners yet. Iowa has left 6 on. K-State, to be fair, has left on 4. The Wildcats a little bit more efficient, though. They lead at 4-1. Matthew Delgado, the batter for Iowa, facing off against Guyette, who's out for his 4th inning of work. And Delgado works the count even at 1-1 after the slider dropped low. Delgado popped up to second, back in the second. And he's up now, the 1-1. Delgado hits on the ground. Slow roller that finds its way through into right. Deli is on with a leadoff single in the 4th. Fourth hit of the game for Iowa. And the 3rd inning that Iowa has got the leadoff man on, and that's good to kind of set the table for the top, which has been by far the most productive for Iowa today with Mitchell on deck. But first, this is Jalen Ziegler, grounded out to third base back in the 2nd. A lot of speed here. First pitch to Ziegler is a strike. Good fastball, low outside corner. Infield playing in. Middle infield almost even with second base. Third baseman Gallagher creeping forward, nearing the grass. Short lead at first from Delgado. Here's the 0-1 to Ziegler. Kept his hands back, didn't go fishing for the slider that drifted away. Counts 1-1. Feel pretty good about things if Jay-Z can get on, with Mitchell and Wolf to follow. See if Jalen can come through. Right-handed hitter, redshirt junior. He shows the bunt, and he missed. He fouled it off, actually, and it deflected off of Madliak, who hops around. That caught him in an unfavorable position. He's going to take all the time he needs before we're ready to go again. Ooh. Might have caught him on the inner thigh. Looks like we're ready to go now. Jay-Z's back in the box. He's down in the count, though, 1-2. Delgado, the runner at first for Iowa. The Hawkeyes trail 4-1. Pitch to Ziegler. Ground ball, tapped foul. In front of the Iowa dugout, first base line. Ziegler fooled a bit by that pitch. It ran in on the hands, and it was a very late swing, but that's what you got to do with 2 strikes. Just fight it off, battle it. A lot of room in left center for Ziegler if he can drive one over the shortstop's head. That pitch was close. Probably a 50-50 there, and it missed high and just outside. Ziegler, a redshirt junior, last played at DMAC. He's from Urbandale. Looking to keep it going for Iowa, but instead he strikes out on a good slider from Guyette. He has been as advertised. His strikeout pitch to the right-handers is the slider. He has 4 of them, and I think they all might be sliders to right-handers. Here's Gable Mitchell, the top of the order. He started his swing, decided not to commit to it, and it's called a strike, low outside corner. Gable should leave that pitch all day. hopefully see something better. Oh, 1 to Mitchell. That's outside. Delgado not particularly a running threat at first. I don't know many catchers that are. Corners in for K-State. First baseman holding Delgado. 1-1 to Gable. Ground ball right side. Slow roller off the first baseman's glove. There will be no play for Smolinski, who by the time he tracked it down off the backhand was in between first and second base. We'll see how they score that one. Mitchell gets down the line. He is at first. And again, Iowa threatening. Opportunities aplenty for the black and gold. They'll give Gable a single on that. He's reached all 3 times today. That's his first hit. First and second for Iowa. Here is Caleb Wolf, who singled his last time up an inning ago. 4-1 K-State in the 4th. Wolf drives one deep to right. Ball carrying well. Right fielder back. He's at the track, and he made the catch right in front of the wall. On the run, Ivasco reached out and caught it. Wolf drove it deep to right, and Ivasco got there just in the nick of time in front of the wall. Delgado able to tag from second to third. Mitchell staying put at first. Wolf gave it a ride. Just didn't quite have enough to get out of here. And so it's up to Risley with 2 outs. See if Iowa can scratch another across. First pitch to Miles. Outside corner on the black of the plate for a strike. Miles was hit by a pitch. He flied out to right back in the 3rd. 2 outs, runners at the corners. 0-1 to Miles. That's low. Backhand stop by Madliak. I will take a run any way that it can get one right now. Left fielder Vasquez respecting Risley's power. He's deep. Count even at 1. We'll see if Mitchell gets active at first base. The pitch. Inside on the belt, just about hit Miles. Instead, it's 2-1. Guyette on the rubber. He's ready. 2-1 to Risley. Is off the end of the bat, foul. 2-2. See if Risley can be good with 2 strikes here. Hawkeyes trailing the season opener 4-1 to K-State in the 4th. Approaching the middle innings. 2-2 to Risley. Line drive, center field. Bolin coming forward. He dives, and he could not make the play. Risley headed for second. He will be safe as Delgado scores, and Mitchell gets to third. Heck of an effort by Bolin. He dove forward for it, trapped it, it bounced, and the Hawkeyes get a run. It's 4-2, and 2 more in scoring position now for Bryce Phelps. Iowa hanging around, trying to throw a punch. Within striking distance, a base hit from Phelps could tie the game. Bryce is 0 for 2 with a pair of strikeouts. Guyette's had his number. Scored as an RBI double for Risley. Second and third, 2 outs. Again, another shot for Iowa. First pitch to Bryce. That's upstairs, called a strike. Woo. Bryce, the grad student from Denver, Iowa. The 0-1. Grounded foul over to the left. 0-2. 4-2 is our score. Iowa's left the bases loaded twice today. and have 2 more in scoring position right now. Phelps in a bit of trouble here, 0-2. Watch out for that slider. It's where Guyette likes to go. The pitch to Phelps. Swing and a miss. It was the slider. He ran it in this time, and Phelps just missed it. 2 more runners left on for Iowa, but a run does score. And it's 4-2. The Hawkeyes hanging around. K-State holds on to the lead. We'll be back right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 58 years. Oak Knoll is located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We are a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
At MidAmerican Energy, our 1.6 million customers depend on our energy 24/7. That's why we work 24/7 to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need. To keep our 99.9% reliability record, we're enhancing our technology, improving resiliency, and investing in critical infrastructure. We're generating power from all available resources to cover any increases in demand. And we're innovating to ensure you always have the energy you need. MidAmerican Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Oak Knoll's mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care, a not-for-profit life plan community serving the Iowa City area for 59 years. Oak Knoll is conveniently located near the University of Iowa Healthcare Campus, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and downtown Iowa City. A proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics, visit oakknoll.com to learn more. Bottom of the 4th inning. And K-State leads Iowa 4-2. Tyler Guerin out for another inning of work. 3 innings, 6 hits, 4 runs. All 4 of them earned. 3 walks, 2 strikeouts. He's faced 17 batters and he's thrown 72 pitches. Iowa has yet to throw up a 0 this afternoon. 2-1-1 for K-State in the first 3 innings. Each team with 6 hits. Guerin working ahead of Madliak with a pair of strikes. Tyler out of the windup, delivers the 0-2, just inside. Slow spinner to Madliak, and just missed. Big chase hitter here. We'll see if Guerin can get him on one of them. The 1-2. Too far outside. Not particularly competitive on that pitch. We'll see if he can ring it back in. Madliak was hit by a pitch in the second. It's where Iowa wants to continue pitching to contact. See if the defense behind can settle in. Here's the 2-2. Just low, ball 3. Up early, 0-2, but now 3 in a row out of the zone. Iowa has not retired the leadoff hitter today. Trying to break that streak here. Can't do it. Pitch low and outside into the backstop. So after Guerin gets up 0-2, he throws 4 straight out of the zone and walks his 4th batter of the afternoon. Now the top of the order, Robbie Bolin, is up. Iowa has left 8 runners on base. Kansas State's left 4. Wildcats lead at 4-2. Top of the order with Bolin. He shows the bunt, turns away from a pitch that was up and in. 5 in a row out of the zone from Tyler. See if he can settle back in as he takes a moment on the backside of the mound. Now gets back on the rubber. 1-0 pitch from Tyler. Ooh, just outside. Tried to go backdoor with the sweeper and missed. Time called as Coach Obermueller slowly strolling to the mound to go talk with Tyler, who's missed on 6 in a row out of the zone. Right-hander getting loose for Iowa in the bullpen. Have no shot of being able to see who that might be. Looks like it's Justin Hackett, as his pace in getting loose has rapidly increased. Has yet to step up on top of the mound, though, so we're probably a little bit away from Hack being ready to go. So it's on Tyler here to buy a little bit more time and maybe extend his own outing. So far, 3 innings, 6 hits, 4 earned runs. He's walked 4, struck out 2. He's thrown 80 pitches. And he faces the top of the order. 2-0 is the count on Bolin, as K-State leads it 4-2 in the 4th. Next pitch from Tyler. Low. Ball 3. Likely a red light from Bolin as the 3-0 is low and in for ball 4. Back-to-back walks to start the 4th. See if Tyler gets another batter here. Another left-handed hitter, Smolinski, is up. First and second, nobody out. He's been productive for Kansas State today. First pitch to Smolinski, hit him. Three free bases in the inning. And I have the suspicion that whether Hackett's ready or not, he's got to come into the game. Here comes Coach Heller. That'll do it for Tyler. The bases will be loaded for Kansas State and nobody out. Bottom of the 4th inning. Wildcats lead it 4-2. We will take a pitching change break and be right back. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Go for the big Honda savings. Save thousands on a new Honda today with 0.99% financing. Go for the selection and inventory. Honda cars, trucks, vans, and SUVs are on sale. Get as low as 0.99% APR on a new 2025 Ridgeline. Go for the most car and driver 10 best awards with 98 trophies. Search your local Honda dealer today. See dealer for financing details. Financing on credit approval offer ends 3/2/26.
You might think Iowa grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Corn can even fuel your drive to watch the Hawkeyes play when you choose Unleaded 88. It's a fuel that's cheaper, cleaner, and greener. Plus, it's homegrown, making Unleaded 88 the clear choice at the pump and totally worth the hype. So as you head to cheer on the Hawkeyes this season, don't just fuel up. Pump it up with Unleaded 88. Find Unleaded 88 at a station near you. Go to iowacorn.org/88.
New pitcher into the game for Iowa is Justin Hackett, and this is one heck of a spot for Hackett. Right-handed senior standing at 6'3". He's from Winterset. Started his career down at TCU. And the right-handed flamethrower comes in. Try to get Iowa out of this mess as best he can. Bases are loaded, and there are no outs. 4-2. K-State with the lead in the 4th. Hackett was one of Iowa's top bullpen arms last year. Certainly the top returning bullpen arm. 16 appearances, a 1-1 record, 1.45 ERA. 18 2/3 innings pitched. He struck out 36, walked 13. allowed just 3 earned runs in those 18 2/3 innings. Opponents batted 143 against him. He was particularly strong against left-handed hitters a season ago, retiring 21 of 22 left-handed batters that he faced. And the one hit he allowed was to the Big Ten's best hitter by average, or at least by total number of hits last year, Trevor Cohen of Rutgers. Lefties hit .045 against Hackett. He will face a left-hander right off the rip here in Shintaro Inoue. Nowhere to put him, though. Inoue has grounded out. He has flied out. Iowa in major danger right now. 4-2 Wildcats, bottom 4, bases loaded, nobody out. First pitch to Inoue, in the dirt, ball 1. Infield staying back for Iowa. Hackett ready, the 1-0. Sailed high and out, ball 2. Infield shifted over to the pole side just a touch for Inoue, the 2-0. Just outside, ball 3. And Hackett's got to find the strike zone now. 3-0. That's in for a strike. 3-1. Inoue sprinted forward in the box, showing bunt, and he wound up outside of the batter's box in front of it. Had he made contact, he would have been out, but obviously not part of his plan. Here comes the 3-1. Hit in the air, down the left field line. That'll find the seats foul. Full count. Hackett's done a nice job to get back in the zone. Make this a competitive at bat now. See if he can get the K-State second baseman. No place to put him. Full count. Here it comes. Low and in. Ball 4. Walked in a run. 4 free bases in the inning. Granted, gifted, given to K-State. And now you run into the power part of the order for the Wildcats. D. Kennedy. He's up. Right-handed hitter. He's reached and scored both times today. It's 5-2 Wildcats in the 4th. Nobody out. Bases remain loaded for the Wildcats. Hackett's first pitch. This is hit well to left. Deep trouble. Back goes Ziegler, and that is long gone. Grand slam for D. Kennedy, and the Wildcats have blown this one wide open. Nine to 2. Still nobody out in the 4th. Here's A.J. Avasco. First pitch from Hackett, ripped into right for a base hit. Strohmeyer picks it up and gets it in. And the parade continues here for Kansas State. Now the Hawkeyes need to keep competing. Crooked number up there for K-State right now. Hackett pitches to Gallagher. That bounced in front of the plate for ball one. Gallagher struck out in the first, walked in the third. 9-2 Wildcats, courtesy of the grand slam from D. Kennedy. And now Gallagher slaps one into right for a base hit. Another single for K-State. Table got set with free bases, 3 walks and a hit batsman. Home run, single since then. And Iowa's in some deep trouble. More arms getting loose in the Hawkeye bullpen. First and second, still nobody out. Here's Lotus. Change up outside from Hackett, ball one. Better change up there from Hackett. He gets a swing and a miss from Lotus. It's 1-1. Ball and a strike. Here's the pitch from Hackett. It's in the dirt. Ball 2. It's going to be quite a bit of a learning curve in this Iowa pitching staff, bullpen. Hackett deals high and out. Ball 3. Hackett, one of the returners from a season ago. Undoubtedly came into a very tough situation, but since then has been hit around and struggling to find the zone here for Lotus. It's 3-1. Pitch from Hackett. Swing and a miss. Much better. 3-2. Three balls and 2 strikes. Runners at first and second. Nobody out. This pitch is scooped foul out of play. Count remaining full. Hackett ready, checking the runner at second. Now he pitches. High fly ball hit to right center. Risley and Strohmeyer come together. It's Risley who makes the catch. Runner tagging from second to third. He will get there. And so although Lotus flies out, it is productive for the Wildcats, something they have been very good at today. Their outs have been very productive. And here comes Vasquez. 8-hitter for the Wildcats. Singled in the second, double play. Grounded into a double play in the third. One away, runners at the corners for K-State. It's 9-2 Wildcats in the fourth. He swings at the first pitch. Sends a high fly ball to left. Ziegler back, now forward, and he makes the catch. Runner will tag and score from third and make it 10-2. Ball goes into second base, keeping Gallagher at first. Wildcats have batted around now. Iowa had done a nice job limiting the damage in the first 3 innings. Unsuccessful in that venture here in the fourth, giving up 6 to K-State. 10-2 Wildcats. And Madliak is back up. That's ball 1 in the dirt. One-0 from Hackett is at the knees for a strike, 1-1. Foul tip into the glove of Delgado, making the count 1-2. Iowa trying to get out of this inning. Been a painful inning for the black and gold. 1-2, swing and a miss. Hackett gets the strikeout, and that will end the fourth. But K-State adds 6, and the Wildcats lead it 10-2. Strohmeyer, Frost, and Schulte will start the comeback effort when we come back. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
You power your day with passion and purpose. It's the same for Alliant Energy. We're modernizing the grid, blending new, renewable, and traditional energy sources to meet growing demand safely and reliably. We're rising to the challenge to meet your energy needs today and for generations to come. Visit AlliantEnergy.com/poweringbeyond to learn more.
John Leo welcoming you back to the broadcast booth at Goodyear Ballpark down here in Arizona. Not so good news to report from the Hawkeye perspective. K-State leading at 10-2. They broke it open there in the fourth with a grand slam from D. Kennedy. And so the Hawkeyes trail at 10-2. Iowa has had its opportunities offensively. 8 runners left on. 6 hits. Have drawn just 1 walk. Guyette's been good for the Wildcats on the mound with 5 strikeouts through 4 innings. And Strohmeyer, Frost, and Schulte will be up. See if the Hawkeyes can chip away here, down by 8. And with the missed opportunities so far, those are lingering, but need to move on here to the 5th. Strohmeyer will lead things off for Iowa. First pitch from Guyette, that's outside for a ball. Strohmeyer has 2 of Iowa's 6 hits this afternoon, including an RBI double back in the 3rd. One out to Strohmeyer. Slapped foul off the top of the netting over the Kansas State dugout. Falls back into play, 1-1. Closing the book on Tyler Guerin. His start for Iowa did not go as planned. 3 innings, 6 hits, 7 runs, all of which were earned. He walked 5, struck out 2, threw 83 pitches, 44 for strikes. Strohmeyer hits one on the ground, right side, and past a diving Inouye into right field. Stroh is 3 for 3 today with his second single of the afternoon. Here comes Jackson Frost. Batting from the right side, Frost was hit in the head his last at bat. Takes one in on the hands for another ball. Strohmeyer with a decent lead at first. See if we can get Guyette out of the game here soon. 1-0 pitch. Inner third, strike 1. Guyette's been moving that slider around to cover the inner portion of the plate. Doesn't just throw it to get the outside chase. Center fielder Bolin shaded over towards right. 1-1. That's in, ball 2. Frost in a decent spot here. 2 balls and 1 strike. Nobody out. Runner at first. Next pitch from Guyette. Frost takes outside. Ball 3. Good job. Frost was a .305 hitter last year with 3 home runs. Also had 9 doubles. The 3-1 delivery. Check swing. Does not matter whether or not he went around. It was called a strike. Count is full. Guyette with a longer pause now deals the 3-2, and Frost took it right down the pipe. Frost strikes out. Good effort there from Guyette after Frost had gotten ahead real nice. Jackson strikes out for the first out of the inning. Here's Cooper Schulte. Strike 1. Guyette's pounding the zone. 84 pitches for Guyette, 56 of them strikes. Oh and 1 on Schulte. Next pitch. Low and in. Just off the plate. And the count is even for Coop. 0 for 2 today. Cooper was a huge part of Iowa's offense last March and April during the Hawkeyes series win streak. Iowa trailing Kansas State in the 2026 opener 10-2. One to Schulte. That's off the plate away. Ball 2. Iowa has had a base runner in every inning but the second, where the Hawkeyes went down in order, 7, 8, and 9. But have not taken advantage of the opportunities yet. 2-1, Schulte fouled straight back. Counts even at 2 now. Schulte trying to get on for the first time this afternoon. Strohmeyer the runner at first. The pitch from Guyette. Schulte blasts to left center field. That ball is carrying well. Left fielder back, center fielder back, and it is gone! Cooper Schulte with a towering home run in the left center field gap and into the K-State bullpen. Schulte's first home run. He has the first home run of the season for the Hawkeyes. It's 10-4 now. And he punished the off-speed that was hung over the middle by Guyette. And the base is empty now and 1 out for Delgado, who watches strike 1 go by. Oh, 1 to Delgado. That's strike 2, low inside corner. Iowa not going down quietly now after the Schulte home run. Still a large deficit to overcome here, 10-4. 0-2, Delgado hangs in there and fouls it back. Ziegler on deck if Delgado can get on in front of him. The 0-2 swung on and missed. Delgado totally fooled by the slider. Schulte's home run traveled 385 feet. Exit velo 101 miles an hour. It was a towering home run. High drive. 38-degree launch angle. Courtesy of our stat crew and SID Sam back home. Ziegler will not bat. It'll be Joe Narrett instead. Narrett, a senior outfielder, so he'll likely go in and play left for Ziegler. Campbellsport, Wisconsin native. Spent his time before coming to Iowa City at Dallas Baptist. Left-handed hitter. First pitch from Guyette sailed outside for a ball. There's a strike on the inner portion of the plate. Narrett made 35 starts at DBU last year. Swings over the top of a pitch low and in there, 1-2. Hit .285, 3 home runs, 7 doubles, batted in 23 runs. Went to Dallas Baptist right out of high school. Here's the 1-2. Off the plate outside. Good looking pitch. We're in the 5th inning. K-State leads it 10-4. Iowa trying to hang around, but down by 6. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Slider down and in. Corkscrewed him into the dirt. And Narrett strikes out to end the inning. It's a 2-run home run from Cooper Schulte that sparks the Iowa offense, but that's all the Hawkeyes get. It's 10-4 Kansas State. We'll head to the bottom of the 5th after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Despite the unshakable Iowa-Corn Cy-Hawk rivalry, there is one thing Iowa State and University of Iowa fans can both agree on: getting hyped for Unleaded 88. It's cleaner burning and better for your engine, and it's cheaper than other fuel options, making Unleaded 88 the clear fuel choice. If Iowa Corn Cy-Hawk rivals can agree on it, you know it's worth the hype. So pump it up with Unleaded 88, grown by Iowa corn farmers.
Country sensation Carly Pierce is coming to Riverside Casino and Golf Resort Saturday, March 7th. She lit a fire with her debut album, Every Little Thing, and hasn't slowed down since, with hits like What He Didn't Do and Heels Overhead. To duets like I Hope You're Happy Now, she's sure to burn up our event center stage. Grab your tickets now at riversidecasinoandresort.com or visit our gift shop.
Kansas State leads Iowa 10-4 in the bottom of the 5th inning of the 2026 season opener. The Hawkeyes will bring in a new pitcher and replace Justin Hackett with Jaron Bleeker. Bleeker, right-handed sophomore from Sergeant Bluff. Played at Bishop Heelan in high school. Bleeker appeared in 8 games last season. 2-0 record, 5.19 ERA, made 4 starts, all midweek starts. 8 2/3 innings pitched, 12 hits, 5 earned runs. He struck out 9, walked 8. Opponents batted .333 against Bleeker. Right-handed reliever into the game. And again, a lot of young pitchers on this Iowa team, and that's just what it's going to be this season. There's no other way around it. That's just what it's going to be. But very capable. That's the important thing to remember, too. I think a lot of folks can think about young, maybe inexperienced, whatnot, but capable. It's possible that they are able to throw strikes and get outs, and that's why the staff has been constructed the way it has. I think the key for Iowa early on this season will be determining how those pieces fit together, in what order, and in what role. And so we may have some growing pains, whatever you want to call those, some things that we try to sort out early on in the season. Bleeker deals a fastball at 92 miles an hour low to Robbie Bolin, who will lead off the fifth for the Wildcats. K-State leads it 10-4. There's a fastball that snapped the mitt, again at 92, right at the knees for strike one. Here's the 1-1, tapped foul in the box, and it's 1-2. Bleeker pitching with pace, not taking too much time. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Bolin. Righty on lefty matchup. Bleeker winds and fires, and he gets a strikeout of Bolin. Bleeker looked good with the off speed. He had Bolin totally fooled. That had a lot of vertical drop to it. And for the first time today, an Iowa pitcher has retired a Wildcat leadoff hitter. Well done by Bleeker. He's ready to pitch to Smolinski, and he deals a pitch. Not sure where it missed. Must have been just low and outside. Here's the 1-0. Slapped foul above the Kansas State dugout, and it's 1-1. Bleeker winds and fires. Fastball just low and out. Smolinski's been a tough out for K-State today. Single and hit by a pitch as Bleeker deals a strike at the knees. Evening the count now at 2. Smolinski did fly out to left, but that brought home a run. Jaron is ready. The 2-2, just low. Delgado couldn't catch it. He tried to frame it, and it popped out of his mitt. Made it a little tougher on the home plate umpire to be convinced that it was a strike. The count's now full. Bleeker, the right-handed sophomore, out of the wind-up pitches. And he threw it behind Smolinski for ball 4. Kansas State has scored in every inning today. 2 in the first, 1 in the second, 1 in the third. You could live with that, but the 6 in the fourth, that's been the killer. 10-4 Wildcats, bottom 5. Here's Inouye, shows the bunt. Tries to drag bunt and knocked it foul over to the left. Kansas State with 9 hits. They've scored 10 runs. A lot of those set up by 7 walks issued by Iowa's pitching staff. Count is 0-1. Bleeker ready to pitch to Inouye, left-handed second baseman for the Wildcats. Here it comes. Low and in. It backed him off the plate. A lot of similar statistics between these two teams, but the differences have been big time. Here's a ground ball to second. Mitchell backhands, flips to second for 1, over to first for the double play. It's 4-6-3, and Iowa hangs up a 0 for the first time today. Tip your cap to Jaron Bleeker. Nice job out of the bullpen for Bleeker. And the Hawkeyes hold after scoring 2 in the top half of the inning. It's 10-4. Kansas State with the lead. We'll head to the 6th. We are back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Whether they roll the dough or pour the joe, bake the bread or greet instead, Your team goes the extra mile, and they deserve healthy eyes and a healthy smile. For plans that cover businesses of all sizes, Delta Dental customizes. With employer costs as low as $0, you can offer benefits and be a hero. Affordable coverage is a click away. Visit deltadentalia.com today.
At Mid-American Energy, our 1.6 million customers depend on our energy 24/7. That's why we work 24/7 to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need. To keep our 99.9% reliability record, we're enhancing our technology, improving resiliency, and investing in critical infrastructure. We're generating power from all available resources to cover any increases in demand. And we're innovating to ensure you always have the energy you need. Mid-American Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Kansas State leads Iowa as we head to the 6th inning. It's 10-4. Wildcats will go with a new pitcher, and they'll turn to Cole Weisenbaker, redshirt junior. He's a left-hander from Houston. And so Weisenbaker will come in for the Wildcats. And as we take a look at him, he had the year of 25 off due to injury. And we're looking at the left-hander fire his warm-up tosses now. Fires it from about 2 o'clock. Doesn't drop all the way down, but it's a little bit of a lower slot than you typically see. Again, he throws it low in the zone, though, and he'll go to the opposite of Guyette, who, as a right-hander, went change-ups to the lefties and sliders to the righties. He goes change-up to the righties, slider to the lefties, which makes sense as Weisenbaker is a left-handed pitcher. Gable Mitchell will be the first one to see him, and he takes ball high to start the at-bat. Iowa trails by 6. The Hawkeyes have had traffic, have had opportunities. Could lead you to believe that Iowa's not out of this with some outs to play with, as Weisenbaker misfires outside once again. I was noting the differences in the game so far. The similarities are the number of hits. K-State's got 9, Iowa's got 8. Both teams are hitting 6 of 15 with runners on and 3 of 10 with runners in scoring position. Iowa's been better with 2 outs, as Weisenbaker missed outside to Mitchell, 3-0. But the difference is Iowa has struck out 8 times, walked only once. K-State has struck out 4 times and walked 7. Left on base number a little bit higher for Iowa, 8-5. 3-0 on Mitchell, trying to lead off the 6th on a positive note. He'll take a strike, 3-1. Obviously, it's the differences in the games that decide the winner, but Iowa's had its chances. Looking to create a few more down the stretch here, trailing 10-4 in the 6th. 3-1 to Gable. That's low and out for ball 4. Mitchell draws the leadoff walk, and wouldn't you know, he's been on every single time today. 4th time that Gable has reached his 2nd drawn walk. Here's Caleb Wolf, who's been on once today. Third baseman Gallagher in, even with the bag, maybe a touch in front of it. As Weisenbaker in a staring contest with Mitchell at first, and now he'll act on it and throw it over. Gable's back. Good part of the order coming up now. It's Wolf and then Risley. First pitch to Caleb. Shows the bunt and laid off in a pitch that swept all the way across the zone, and by the time it crossed the plate, it was out of there. Outside, ball 1. It's been the timely hits for Iowa that have been a little harder to come by, but they've done a really nice job setting the table. They'll continue to do it here. 1-0 to Wolf, way outside and by the catcher. Mitchell will head up to second base. Weisenbaker has only thrown one strike. James Guyette, the starter for Kansas State, he gave him exactly what the Wildcats needed. 5 innings, 8 hits, 4 runs, struck out 8, walked 1. Weisenbaker has not been as successful finding the strike zone as Guyette was throughout the course of his start. It's 2-0 on Wolf. Be really selective here, Caleb. The pitch. Inside, and Madliak did a great job to bring it back even further into the zone. It's called a strike. 2 balls and 1 strike on Wolf, Iowa's first baseman. Lefty versus lefty here before we flip things over to the right side with Risley on deck. Mitchell with a good lead at second. Here's the 2-1. Wolf drives to right. Again, this time a Vasco moving back, and he makes the catch, running into the wall. And Mitchell will head to third. So Wolf with great contact today. 2 flyouts to right that have forced a Vasco to get on his horse. Productive there for Caleb in the sense that Gable moves over to third. And now Miles Risley steps in. Doubled home a run back in the 4th. Lefty on righty matchup now. First pitch to Miles. Dropped in for a strike. Ten to 4. Top of the 6th. Iowa threatening to continue chipping away. They haven't had the big inning that K-State had. That's the big difference. Risley rips one just foul down that third base line. It hooked over Gallagher's head. And Riz was just out in front. Miles has had a couple of those today. Ready for the next pitch to Risley. Weisenbaker ready and delivers. Way outside. Backhand sliding stop by Madliak. Nicely done from the K-State catcher. It's 1-1 now. Mitchell at third base with 1 out. Iowa just hung up its first 0 defensively, courtesy of Jaron Bleeker's solid outing. Risley swings and misses. And Miles is down on strikes. Took a strike, fouled one off, and then swung through a high floater. Ben Swales will bat for Iowa in the place of Bryce Phelps. Swales, a right-handed hitter for Iowa, played a key role in the offensive production a season ago. Takes low and in for ball 1. Swales started 35 games for Iowa, batted .307, 35 hits, 9 doubles, 2 home runs for Swales, 14 runs batted in. He could use his first RBI and his first at bat right now. He takes a pitch low and in, got away from Madliak. Here comes Gable. He touches home, and Iowa has halved the deficit. It's 10-5. Weisenbaker's command all over the place. Swales has worked a 2-0 count. And with the red-hot Kellen Strohmeyer on deck, keep this inning going. 2-0 to Swales. High and tight, but a strike, 2-1. Weisenbaker ready. The 2-1 is fouled off by Swales, straight back. Swales, a redshirt junior. just across 380 in Tiffin. About as local as they come, and he's been solid for the Hawkeyes in his career. Here's the 2-2. Took strike 3, though. Backdoor breaking ball. And Swales is down on strikes to end the 6th. Iowa gets another back. It's 10-5. Kansas State still with the lead. We'll bring you the bottom of the 6th after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Get ready, Hawkeye fans. New head coach Ben McCullum and the Iowa men's basketball team are ready to hit the hardwood.
He's working hard into the corner. Koch hits a 3. Oh, talk about catch and shoot.
Carver Hawkeye Arena is heating up. Witness the electrifying plays in person and be a part of the roaring Carver crowd. Take in all the action happening at Carver Hawkeye Arena by visiting HawkeyeSports.com on Iowa, and go Hawks.
Save time when you shop online with Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to order groceries online through our app or Hy-Vee.com. Pickup is always free. And if you have a Perks Plus membership, you get free delivery and free express pickup. Shop online with Hy-Vee and you can create and save grocery lists, shop the sales, and get fuel savers. Talk about convenient. Order groceries online today. Check out Hy-Vee.com or download the Hy-Vee app.
Bottom of the 6th inning. Kansas State leading Iowa 10-5. Jaron Bleeker did such a nice job there in the 5th that he'll get another shot at things in the 6th inning. He'll face a really good part of the K-State order, 4, 5, and 6. Kennedy, who opened this game up with a grand slam, he'll be the first one that Bleeker will face, and then Navasco and Gallagher to follow. This scoreboard update is brought to you by Community Choice Credit Union. Does your bank treat you right? Tell them no bank you and become an unbanker at Community Choice. A couple scores from around the league. We'll get to them all as this inning unfolds. Rice leading Northwestern 7-3. Ohio State all over St. Louis U 5-0. Indiana and North Carolina are scoreless in a quickly moving game. 5th inning in North Carolina in Chapel Hill. No score between the Hoosiers and the 8th-ranked Tar Heels. As Bleeker gets set to pitch to Kennedy, and he missed downstairs for ball 1. We're underway in the bottom of the 6th, with K-State leading 10-5. Oregon State up on Michigan 2-1. That game is being played in Surprise, Arizona, just across town, just outside from Bleeker. 2 balls and no strikes. Maryland and UNC Wilmington early going there in North Carolina. It's 1-1. Rutgers trails Charleston 5-1. Bleeker winds and fires, and Kennedy rips one into left. Narrett coming forward. He dives. He made the catch. Joe Narrett, full extension in the gap. He makes the grab for a big first out. That robbed Kennedy of extra bases. One down in the K-State 6th. First pitch to Avasco, and this one will split the gap in left center. Risley will cut it off. It won't matter as Avasco is in with a double. That was a well-struck ball by Avasco. Now flip things over to the right side of the batter's box now with Gallagher coming up, who's reached his last 2 times. Swings at the first pitch, sends a fly ball to deep center. Risley shielding his eyes from the sun. Miles is there. He makes the catch. Avasco tagging from second to third. With 2 outs, Lotus will have to put the ball in play and get a base hit to score him. And so far, it's been a really nice outing for Bleeker. Some stability on the pitching mound for Iowa today. The Hawkeyes still trail 10-5. But as Iowa's offense has proven, they can set the table, generate some traffic. Eventually a big hit will come through. Here's Lotus back to the left side. And Bleeker dropped in a 76-mile-an-hour spinner for strike one. Counts 0-1, the pitch. Ground ball left side and past a diving Frost at third. And Lotus does pick up a 2-out hit. RBI single for Lotus, and it's 11-5. Wildcats left fielder Vasquez is in now. Put the ball in play in all three of his at-bats prior to this one. Just low and out from Bleeker. Right-handed sophomore from Iowa. Next pitch, much slower, mid-70s, but also missed inside. Two balls, no strikes on Vasquez. Bleeker's pitch. Grounded foul right off of Vasquez's foot. More scores from around the Big Ten. Nothing doing yet between NC State and Washington. Later on today, Purdue and Portland, Minnesota and Stetson, Illinois and USF, George Mason and Oregon. Bleeker with a long pause. The 2-1 dropped just high. I thought it was going to drop in for a called strike, but didn't get that call. Stayed upstairs 3-1. Northwestern and Rice will go again later. Penn State and Air Force after us here at Goodyear Ballpark. 3-1. Low, ball four. Vasquez draws the walk. First and second now for K-State with 2 outs. Nebraska and UConn across town. UCLA hosting UC San Diego. USC hosting Pepperdine. And the big score today from the Big Ten, Michigan State upsets Louisville 4-3. The 11th ranked Cardinals go down on their home field to Michigan State, whom Iowa will play early on in East Lansing the Big Ten season. First and second and 2 outs. Brief visit from Delgado to Bleeker. And now a ground ball to short. Schulte fields it cleanly and flips it to Mitchell for the 3rd out of the inning. Another run across for K-State. Just 1 this time. It is 11-5 Wildcats. Iowa starting to run out of time here. We move on to the 7th. Back in a moment. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment. Knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to Wellmark.com/everymoment to find a plan right for you.
Hawk fans, be sure to visit and connect with the official Des Moines local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes, Aplos, and Community Choice Credit Union. Do you smell that? No, it's not just toast. That's the smell of your car payment becoming toast. Move your car loan to Community Choice and toast those payments for 99 days. Get started at unbankyourride.com. Loan subject to credit approval and analysis.
John Leo bringing you Iowa Hawkeye baseball from the MLB Desert Invitational. Iowa and K-State battling out on opening day. So far, K-State with the 11-5 lead as we head to the 7th. Weisenbaker will continue to pitch. For the Wildcats, he'll face Strohmeyer, Frost, and Schulte. Some returning position players and hitters for the Hawkeyes. 11-5 is the score. K-State with 11 runs on 11 hits. They've left 7 on, have played clean defensively. Iowa 5 runs, 8 hits, credited with just 1 error, left 8 on. This game has certainly felt like one that has been played by a couple teams from the northern part of the United States. Not the cleanest played game. A couple of teams that spend a lot of time practicing in indoor facilities, getting outside for the first few times this year. Kellen Strohmeyer, he takes strike 1 from Weisenbaker. This is a lefty-on-lefty matchup. The Hawkeyes got outside a couple times there in January, and we'll play a home game on Tuesday. 0-1 to Strohmeyer. That's low. Iowa will play Air Force tomorrow, 7 p.m. Central Time. We'll be on the air about 20 minutes before. A bit more of a flexible broadcast setup these first couple of weeks. 1-1. Strohmeyer hits in the air to left field. Vasquez tracking back and into the corner where he makes the catch for out number 1. Iowa wraps up the weekend against Northeastern, who finished 49-11 last year. That's what makes these early season games so crucial. The Big Ten has certainly gotten better over the past few years. The additions of UCLA and Oregon, along with USC, have no question helped that. But K-State, the way they've played today and what they're projected to do this season, you expect them to have a pretty good year. Northeastern, as I was about to say, they were 49-11 last year. They were a 2 seed in a regional. They are no slouch. I know that maybe not a team that you hear a lot about being from the East Coast, but a very good baseball program. Not just a random one-off last year either. Typically very good, a team that college baseball fans know a lot about. Jackson Frost batting for Iowa now. 1-1 count on him with the bases clear and 1 away. Weisenbaker's next pitch. Frost shows a bunt, puts it down the third base line. It's a beauty, but it will kick foul. It hit the hedge of the grass and took a left turn. That's a good bunt. On a turf surface, we're in good shape and Frost is on, but that ball hit the edge of the grass where it meets the dirt on the third base line and spun foul. Frost down in the count now 1-2, wiggling the bat above his right shoulder. Here's Weisenbaker's pitch, way outside, 2-2. But you expect K-State, you expect Northeastern to be very good teams within their own conference. On the national scene, K-State's been to a regional back-to-back years. So any win that you can pick up in the non-conference carries a lot of weight the rest of the season. 2-2. Frost popped up. Shallow center. Inouye goes back, but it's the center fielder, Bolin, who calls off both Inouye and Avasco to make the catch. 2 down. The following week, Iowa travels to Florida Atlantic, playing a team that gets to practice outside all year through the winter. That will be challenging, but looking forward to that series. And then a lot of the same type of deal when we get to weekend number 3 with Alabama, Houston, and Oregon State. Here's Cooper Schulte taking strike one. Alabama picked by some to win the loaded SEC. Houston would be a tough out, and Oregon State, we know plenty about them. They're ranked 12th in the country to start the season. 0-1 to Schulte, got a piece of it and fouled it off. Weisenbaker having a much better inning in the 7th than he did in the 6th. Looking to hang up a 0. It's 0-2 on Schulte with 2 outs. The pitch sailed outside. Cooper laid off. Ball and 2 strikes on Schulte. Weisenbaker's pitch, low and away. Ball 2. Heart of the order will get another crack at this K-State pitching today. But the deficit right now is 6 with 7 outs to play with. 2-2 to Schulte. Half swing, got a piece of it, did what he needed to do to stay alive. We'll do it again at 2-2 as Weisenbaker is ready and he kicks and fires. Schulte lines one into left field for a base hit. He went down to get that and he split Kennedy and Gallagher at short and third. Schulte back-to-back hits for Cooper and he's on with a 2-out single. That brings up Matthew Delgado, the catcher for Iowa, 1 for 3 this afternoon with 2 outs. Lefty on righty matchup. First pitch way outside. Iowa's had a base runner in every inning but the second today. Held scoreless in the first 2 innings but have scored in 4 innings in a row. Problem is they've only been 1 or 2 run outputs. 1-0 to Delgado. Good cut, and he fouled it back to the netting. K-State's had much of the same except for the 4th inning. That was their big inning. 6 runs across. And that has been the difference today. K-State has had the big inning. Iowa has not. Ball and a strike on Delgado. And they'll throw it over to first. Schulte back without a dive. Good lead at first base from Schulte. And the 1-1 to Delgado. Check swing, he went around. Home plate umpire will call it himself. Delgado looking to keep this inning alive for Iowa in the 7th. The Hawkeyes trailing 11-5. Here's the pitch. Ground ball back up the middle. Kennedy fields at short and throws on the run to retire Delgado. Base runner for Iowa. It's Schulte on a 2-out single, but he is stranded. Time to stretch things out at the ballpark. 7th inning stretch. Kansas State leads Iowa 11-5. Back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hawkeye Nation, the wait is over. Carver Hawkeye Arena is calling, and the Iowa men's basketball team is ready to light it up under new head coach Ben McCullum. It's his first year at the helm, and the Hawks are ready to fly with high-octane style of play that will leave you on the edge of your seat. Single game tickets are on sale now. Secure your seat, bring the energy, and help give the Hawks the home court advantage. Head to HawkeyeSports.com and grab your tickets today. Let's pack Carver and make this season one to remember. Go Hawks!
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, or just needs someone to listen, 988 provides a direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
Bottom of the 7th inning on opening day. Not so great news to report. Iowa trails Kansas State 11-5, and the Hawkeyes will bring in a new pitcher. This is John Henry Cohorst, left-handed freshman from Apple Valley, Minnesota. So JHK, John Henry Cohorst, will come in. Highly touted freshman. Through 19 innings as a senior in high school with 27 strikeouts at Cretin-Durham Hall High School. State champion, conference champion, sectional champion his senior year. He was an all-state selection and everything that follows that. If you're all-state, then you're also all-section, all-conference. He was a preseason All-American as well as a senior, as a junior, and as a sophomore. So JHK comes in the bottom of the 7th to make his Iowa debut. Left-handed pitcher for Iowa. Max Burt is in the game. He will catch for the Hawkeyes now. So he enters to catch John Henry Cohorst, who's ready. For his first pitch is a Hawkeye, and it's across for a strike. Threw it by Robbie Bolin at 77 miles an hour on the outer edge. Jaron Bleeker did a nice job for Iowa, trying to settle things down on the mound. Came in and threw 2 innings, gave up 2 hits, 1 run, walked 2, struck out 1. Kansas State leading Iowa 11-5 in the bottom of the 7th inning. Cohorst is ready, high leg kick, and delivers just high and out for ball 2. Two-1 is a fastball that stayed upstairs. 3 balls and a strike on Bolin, who has toggled back and forth. Walk, strikeout, and he's in line for another walk here, 3-1. Here's the pitch. That's in there for a strike. Went back to the spinner and caught the outer edge. Count is full on Robbie Bolin, the 3-2. Slider low and out, ball 4. Kansas State will throw out a pinch hitter, Chandler Murray. He will bat for Smolinski. Redshirt freshman from Honolulu. He takes strike one, and Bolin will steal second to get into scoring position for Murray. No balls and a strike. Cohorst ready, the pitch. Outside, 1-1. Nobody out, runner at second for the Wildcats. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Good pitch from Cohorst. And it's 1-2. Murray with a pretty tall frame. Stands at 6'5". Honolulu, Hawaii to Manhattan, Kansas. Cohorst ahead 1-2, and he'll step off and recycle the signals. Cohorst is ready. The pitch is outside. Just missed. 2-2. Nobody out in the K-State 7th. Wildcats lead at 11-5. Bolin dancing around at second. He's got a huge lead. Now he scales it back. The 2-2 pitch. Grounded foul. In the box, it ricocheted off of Murray. Longer pause this time. Cohorst will lift the leg and then throw it to Mitchell at second. Count still 2-2. Iowa looking for its first out of the seventh inning, after the leadoff walk. Cohorst misses low and out. Ball 3. See if JHK can find the zone once more. Pinch hitter Murray in the box. Inouye on deck for the Wildcats. The 3-2. High and out, ball 4. Back-to-back walks to lead off the 7th. Lefty on lefty matchup here. Inouye is up. Grounded into 2 double plays this afternoon. K-State leads at 11-5. Cohorst's first pitch to him, snapped high and out. Here's the 1-0. Up and in, ball 2. Iowa's got a few bodies out there in the bullpen. Nobody really throwing. Catcher Max Burt will head out and talk with the freshman reliever. See a lot of new faces on the mound for Iowa this season. The Hawkeyes returned just 52 1/3 innings from a season ago. Iowa has lost 428 1/3 of its innings that were accounted for a season ago. 2-0 on Inouye. The pitch. That's high. In terms of innings thrown, Justin Hackett was the leader with 18 2/3. Guerin and Bleeker, whom we also saw today, followed. And Gannon Archer threw 8 1/3 last year. 3-0 pitch from Cohorst is across for a strike, 3-1. Runner at second, nobody out for K-State in the 7th. Here's the 3-1. Swing and a miss. Cohorst looking to record his first out as a Hawkeye. Here's the 3-2. That's hit into the netting, foul near the on-deck circle for K-State over to the left. First and second, nobody out. Full count on Inouye. Here's the pitch. That's in the dirt and away, ball 3. 3 straight walks issued by Cohorst. And the bases are loaded, nobody out. And it looks like the Hawkeyes are making a change. Here comes Coach Heller. And unless he's trying something new in 2026, when you see Coach Heller, a change is coming. And that's what we've got here. Pitching change will introduce the new Iowa pitcher when we come back. 11-5 K-State, and they've got the bases loaded with nobody out. Back in a moment. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment, knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to Wellmark.com/everymoment to find a plan right for you.
Save time when you shop online with Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to order groceries online through our app or Hy-Vee.com. Pickup is always free. And if you have a Perks Plus membership, you get free delivery and free express pickup. Shop online with Hy-Vee and you can create and save grocery lists, shop the sales, and get fuel savers. Talk about convenient. Order groceries online today. Check out Hy-Vee.com or download the Hy-Vee app.
New pitcher into the game for Iowa is another freshman, this time a right-hander, Tate Slagle from Algona, 6'1", freshman that takes the rubber for the Hawks. He comes in with the bases loaded and nobody out for D. Kennedy. We've already seen what he can do. He has a grand slam today. And so Slagle will need to find a bit of a different approach than Justin Hackett had when attacking Kennedy earlier today. It's 11-5 Kansas State in the bottom of the 7th inning. Hawkeyes are back in action tomorrow against Air Force. 7 o'clock, first pitch against the Falcons, Air Force Academy. We'll be on the air about 6:40. All right, here we go. The Iowa debut for Tate Slagle. Corners coming in for Iowa. Righty on righty matchup to get Slagle's debut started. First pitch to Kennedy. Hit well again to left. Narrett moving over, and now he comes forward, and it falls in front of him. Try a force play at third, and the runner is out. As Frost gets slid into. Really good play there by Frost to keep his foot on the bag. A run does score on the base hit from Kennedy, who's on for the 4th time today. Tough read right off the bat. Looked like Kennedy hit it well, but that died, and Narrett took his first step back and then came forward. 12-5 Wildcats. Narrett very heads up, though, to get that ball into Frost at third. Like I said, tough read for Murray, who had to hold at second to see if Narrett was going to catch it. Just a little late getting to third. Narrett threw him out. Here's a Vasco. The 0-1 pitch from Schlegel is clubbed into right for a base hit. They'll hold the runners, and the bases will be loaded once again for the Wildcats. Vasco having a nice night for the Wildcats. 3rd single, 4th hit overall. And they're loaded back up again for K-State, this time for Grant Gallagher, senior 3rd baseman. Corners come in again for the Hawks. First pitch from Schlegel, slider outside for ball 1. Gallagher's reached a couple of times today, walking a single, and he takes one down Main Street to even the count 1-1. Schlegel competing well for Iowa now, 1-1 with 1 away. Here's the pitch. Outside edge, strike 2, good pitch. See what Schlegel goes with here. 1-2, the pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. He went slider, and it was a good-looking pitch from Tate. 2 down. Here comes the DH Lotus in a 12-5 ball game. K-State's been in control since the 4th inning. Strike 1 from Schlegel. It's been a good outing for the Iowa rookie. See if he can get the 3rd out. Bases loaded and 2 outs. The pitch in the dirt, got by Burt. There's going to be a play at the plate. Schlegel puts down the tag, but he missed it. The ball ricocheted firmly off the wall. Right back to Burt. Schlegel was covering. He turned and put the glove down on home plate, but I think that Inouye had straddled his glove on his way in on the slide. 13-5 K-State on the wild pitch. Second and third now for the Wildcats and 2 outs. Next pitch from Schlegel, and that hit Lotus. So Lotus is hit by the pitch. And another pinch hitter will come up for the Wildcats. This is Caden Carl. Junior, right-handed hitter. Bases loaded again for K-State, this time with 2 outs. 13-5, Wildcats in front. Slagle missed at eye level, up and in. Slagle out of the stretch. The right-handed freshman is ready, and he pitches. Outside, ball 2. Carl from Edmond, Oklahoma. A couple of powerhouse schools in that state. Decided to leave and head up to K-State. (13-5) Wildcats in the bottom of the 7th. Slagle working out of the bullpen for the Hawkeyes. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. Two and 2 count on Carl, the pinch hitter for the Wildcats. Slagle ready. Rocks, comes set, now pitches high. Ball 3. Runners will be in motion on the pitch. Here it comes. Called third strike. Slagle struck him out. 85 miles an hour, low and in for the third out of the 7th. It is 13-5, Kansas State. We'll head on to the 8th right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, or just needs someone to listen, 988 provides a direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
Cancer doesn't care. It doesn't care what you look like, how old you are, what you do, or where you live. We do. University of Iowa Healthcare is doing more to beat cancer than anyone in the state. From second opinions to life-saving treatments that happen here first. We lead the way in research, training, and care because we believe that UI Healthcare is here to make all of Iowa better. UI Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. Visit uihealthcare.org.
It's 13-5, Kansas State leading Iowa in the opening game of the 2026 season. And the Hawkeyes will send 9-1-2, Narrett, Mitchell, and Wolf to the box. 3 straight lefties to face Weisenbaker, who remains in the game for Kansas State. He's come out of the bullpen, 2 innings, given up 1 hit, 1 run, walked 1, struck out 2. Pitching has been the difference today. K-State's pitchers, 10 strikeouts, 2 walks. Iowa's pitchers, 11 walks, 5 strikeouts. Narrett up first in the 8th. He takes ball 1. Narrett struck out in his first at-bat back in the 5th. He came in for Jalen Ziegler. 1-0 pitch to Narrett. Inside and high, ball 2. He was not going to move out of the way of that one. Just about hit him, but had late movement on it. Brought it back closer to the plate, but didn't nibble enough of the edge, and it's 2-0. 2-0. Here it is. That's over for strike one. Two balls and a strike. Here's the pitch. Narrett shows the bunt and bunted it foul. So Weisenbaker's gotten back into the count here, evening it at 2. Top of the 8th, Iowa trails 13-5. Here's the pitch. Low and in. Narrett got his hips started. Did not commit to swinging. Wise choice. Full count pitch to Narrett. Here it comes. Outside, ball 4. Leadoff man is on base for Iowa to start the 8th. We'll flip it to the top of the order now. Gable Mitchell coming up. Gable 1 for 1 today. He's walked twice and been hit by a pitch. Takes strike 1, low outside corner. Did not love the call. Short lead at first base from Narrett. Weisenbaker staring him down. And Mitchell takes just outside. 1-1. Count even at 1, the pitch to Gable. Another called strike on the outer third. 1-2. Gable in a bit of trouble here. 1-2, the pitch. Soft spinner hit back up the middle, and that'll find the grass for a base hit. Gable's second hit of the day. Lifted over second base and down in front of Carl, who's now playing center field for the Wildcats. Gable has reached 5 times today. Iowa trailing 13-5, but still putting some good at-bats together. And here's Caleb Wolf. First pitch to him. He shows the bunt, committed to it, and missed. He tried to pull it down the first baseline. Came up empty. Wolf 1 for 3 in the opener. Here's the 0-1. Caleb scoops down, grabs it, and sends it into right field for a base hit. Narrett around third. He'll score. It's an RBI single for Caleb Wolf, who had to drop all the way down to get his barrel on it. And he clubbed it into right. RBI single for Wolfie. It's 13-6. And looks like we're going to have a pitching change here for Kansas State. Their head coach, Pete Hughes, is on the way to the mound. And he will take the ball from the southpaw. The door is opening up in the left field wall. New pitcher coming in for K-State. We will introduce him after this pitching change break. It is 13-6 Wildcats. Couple runners on for Iowa and nobody out in the 8th. Back in a moment. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Iowa fans, with US Mode from US Cellular, you can keep your eye on the game, not on your screen. Whether you're inside the stadium, tailgating in the lots, or listening to the game at home, US Cellular wants you to focus on genuine connections with your family, friends, and fellow Hawkeye fans. That means at game time, you should do less scrolling and more cheering. So eliminate distractions and build connections by setting your phone to US Mode, because game day is for cheering on the Hawkeyes. Go Hawks! US Cellular, built for us.
We love it when the Hawkeyes do their thing, because if there's anyone who can appreciate building a legacy, it's John Deere. We've been growing our team since 1837, recruiting the best thinkers, doers, and makers to craft innovations that outpace the competition. Because whether it's cultivating the earth with a tractor or reshaping it with a 40-ton excavator, the machines we build are building America. Nothing runs like a Deere.
New pitcher into the game for Kansas State is Tazwell Butler, fifth-year senior. He's a right-hander, 6 feet tall, from Sandy Springs, Georgia. Butler into the game for Kansas State. And he is one of the returners out of the bullpen for the Wildcats. Appeared 16 times a season ago, 6.75 ERA with a 1-1 record. 24 strikeouts, 9 walks. Teams hit him around a little bit and did some damage. 7 doubles, 4 home runs. Opponents hit .280 against him. Coach Sutherland was expecting Butler to be one of the pitchers to come in today for Kansas State. And we do see him here in the 8th, with the Wildcats leading 13-6. Runners at first and second for Iowa, nobody out. And Miles Risley will be the first one to see Butler. Low 90s with the fastball for Butler. Low 80s, he throws a curveball and a slider. 4-pitch mix includes a changeup. Really struggles against left-handers in terms of throwing strikes. This is a part of the order, though. Not too many left-handed hitters coming up. Just missed them. So we'll see righty on righty here with Risley up first. Risley in the box, waving the bat above his right shoulder. First pitch from Butler. Risley takes a high and in strike. Miles rose his hands, but called a strike. Nothing in one on Iowa's center fielder. Butler, long pause, the pitch outside. 13-6 is the score. Iowa's got a lot of work to do and 6 outs to work with. Count even at 1. Butler's delivery to Risley. Miles pokes it into center. Shallow fly ball. Carl is there. He grabs it for the first out and quickly throws it into third base, preventing any tag. That was not deep enough for an Iowa runner to tag anyway. And here comes Ben Swales. Entered in the 6th and struck out. The cleanup spot has been an unproductive spot for Iowa today. 0 for 4 strikeouts combined between Swales and Phelps. First pitch strike from Butler. First and second and 1 out. Swales trying to get these runners in motion, putting the ball in play. Butler's ready. The pitch. Swing and a miss over the top of the breaking ball. Swales down in the count 0-2. Pitch. That's high. Ball and 2 strikes. Ben typically in the batter's box has an open stance, but with 2 strikes, he closes it. Goes straight up towards the pitcher. Long look at Mitchell at second. The 1-2 is in the dirt. Both runners in motion. They're going to have to hurry back to first. Caleb Wolf is called out at first. He dove back and was called out. Gable had an aggressive launch from second, but decided to go back to second base. Caleb was hung out to dry there. Now there's 2 outs. Gable still at second base. Here's the 2-2 from Butler to Swales. Here it comes. Popped up, right side, foul ground. First baseman giving it a look. He'll run out of room, and the ball will land foul 5 seats back, 5 rows back. Count remains 2-2 on Swales, trying to keep the 8th inning alive for Iowa. And here's the pitch. Another pop-up. This one will stay on the infield for Inouye, the second baseman. He's camped, and he'll make the catch for the 3rd out. Iowa gets a run, but that is all. 13-6 is our score. Kansas State with the lead. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Mid-American Energy, our 1.6 million customers depend on our energy 24/7. That's why we work 24/7 to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need. To keep our 99.9% reliability record, we're enhancing our technology, improving resiliency, and investing in critical infrastructure. We're generating power from all available resources to cover any increases in demand. And we're innovating to ensure you always have the energy you need. Mid-American Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
You asked for all the extreme internet performance at an all-in price, and we listened. Get 1 gig internet with a 2-year price lock and everything included. Unlimited data for non-stop streaming, powerful Wi-Fi for enhanced coverage, built-in online threat protection, and internet equipment. All for just $65 a month for 2 years. It's the extreme 1 gig internet deal you asked for. Call 844-4FASTER or visit extreme.com for details. Offer available to new customers only. Price doesn't include one-time charges, tax, and government fees.
Bottom of the 8th inning in Goodyear, Arizona at the MLB Desert Invitational. New pitcher into the game for Iowa with the Hawkeyes trailing 13-6. It'll be the 3rd straight freshman to toe the rubber. This is a redshirt freshman, Ty Mickelson, right-handed hurler, 6 feet tall from Grimes. Played his high school ball at DCG, Dallas Center Grimes. And making his Iowa debut today after redshirting a season ago. Ty Mickelson in the game for Iowa. In a game that K-State's had control of since the 4th inning when the Wildcats scored 6 runs, due in large part to a grand slam by D. Kennedy. Iowa's had a few chances, especially early, 1st and 3rd innings, before Kansas State landed the first punch. But the Hawkeyes have been unable to overcome 11 walks and 12 Kansas State hits. Nine, 1, and 2. for the Wildcats, led off by Madliak here. Righty on righty matchup. First pitch. Ground ball right side. Wolf will field it first and flip to Mickelson, who's covering. Good play there from the Hawkeyes. 3-1 on the putout. One pitch, one out to get the bottom of the eighth started. Tate Schlegel, the pitcher before Mickelson, went 1 inning, gave up 1 hit. He struck out 2 in his debut. Third straight freshman to toe the rubber is Ty Mickelson. He drops in a strike. To Robbie Bolin, the top of the order for Kansas State, who's been on 3 times today, all via the walk, and he has scored 3 runs. 0-1 drifted away from the left-handed hitter. And now it's 1-1. 13-6 is our score. Kansas State with the lead. Bases clear and 1 out. The 1-1 hit back up the middle. Gable on the run, dives, can't make the play. It's into center for a base hit. That's Bolin's first hit of the day, but he's on for the 4th time after drawing 3 walks. Chandler Murray up now for K-State. Entered in the 7th, and he walked. Runner at first with a short lead. Don't expect K-State to be running at this stage of the game. Mickelson offers one low. Ball 2. A couple scores from around the Big Ten. Rice held off Northwestern 7-6. Ohio State up on St. Louis 7-1. Looks like that game has gone final. 2-0 is waved at and missed. It's 2-1. North Carolina has stacked a couple of great innings together. The 5th and the 6th. They scored 3 in the 5th, 6th in the 6th, and lead Indiana now 9-2 in Chapel Hill. 2 balls and a strike here on Murray. Mickelson with a long pause, and he pitches inside for ball 3. Michigan giving Oregon State all it can handle, 3-3 in the 7th inning there. Charleston on top of Rutgers 7-3. NC State up 4-0 on Washington. Next pitch is smacked and hit well to left. That's deep trouble. Murray got a hold of that one and cleared the wall. 15-6, Kansas State. Wound up in about the same place that Kennedy's grand slam landed, beyond the bullpen. And Murray pads the lead for Kansas State. Mickelson facing Inouye now. And that's ball 1 inside. 1 out in the 8th. Here's the pitch. Called strike, outer edge. 1-1. One from Mickelson. That's a good pitch. High part of the zone, called a strike, 1-2. 15-6 in the bottom of the 8th. And the 1-2. That's up and in, 2-2. The Hawkeyes will have a bit of a longer day tomorrow, playing at night against Air Force. Logan Rundy will get the start for the Hawkeyes against Josh Holst, left-handed pitcher for the Falcons. Next pitch, that hit Inouye. So Iowa will have Just over 24 hours to kind of sit on this one and regroup before tomorrow's matchup with the Air Force Academy. Here's D. Kennedy. He's had a really nice day for Kansas State. And he takes a strike from Mickelson. Oh, 1. Skied, shallow right field. Mitchell going back, Schulte coming over. Gable makes his voice heard, and he calls everybody off to make the play. Very nicely done by Mitchell to get to the spot, get camped, and let everybody know that he's going to make the play. Time for the second out. Kennedy is down on the pop-up. Kansas State will have a pinch hitter come up now with 2 outs in the 8th. This is Micah Kendrick, left-handed hitter, to face Mickelson. Mickelson's pitch, hit on the ground, right side. Gable is there, popped out of the glove for a minute. He's able to recover and zip it over to Wolf for the third out. 2 more runs for K-State. It is 15-6 Wildcats. We will go to the 9th and be back right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Whether they roll the dough or pour the joe, bake the bread or greet instead, your team goes the extra mile, and they deserve healthy eyes and a healthy smile. For plans that cover businesses of all sizes, Delta Dental customizes. With employer costs as low as $0, you can offer benefits and be a hero. Affordable coverage is a click away. Visit deltadentalia.com today.
Hey everyone, David Kahn here. It's time to play ball. The 2026 season is upon us, and the best way to get in the game is by listening to College Sports Now's official baseball podcast, Dugouts, Dumbbells, and Dingers. Each week, we'll have exclusive interviews with players and coaches that take you inside the locker room as we unpack the top stories of teams all across the country. We're delivering our best fastball, so step into the batter's box and tee us up. Available wherever you podcast on the College Sports Now feed or on YouTube. Just search Dugouts, Dumbbells, and Dingers.
Top of the 9th inning, and it has not been Iowa's day today. 15-6, Kansas State with the lead. And the Wildcats will bring in a new pitcher. This is Aiden Longoria, right-handed junior, 6'3", transferred in from USF. That's where that name is familiar. So he pitched for the Bulls last year. And he'll face a couple of new hitters for Iowa. We'll see Brett White bat for the Hawks here. Mitch Wood is on deck also. So a couple of new hitters coming into the game for Iowa. Brett White, a redshirt freshman. It's been his first year at Baylor. Where he saw no action. White, 6'1", from North Liberty. Played his high school baseball at Solon. Good athletic programs at Solon. And so White, left-handed hitter, will come in and face Longoria. 15-6 is our score in the ninth. First pitch sailed out for ball one. White went to Baylor as a middle infielder, kind of toying with the idea of him possibly playing outfield for Iowa. So he's listed as utility. We'll see where he carves out a spot in his future. Top of the ninth, Iowa down a handful here. Have to regroup and get back to it tomorrow against Air Force. 2-0 to White. That caught the outer edge from the left-handed hitter, 2-1. Longoria from the stretch, the right-hander delivers. White takes a good cut but comes up empty, 2-2. Ready for the next pitch. Here comes the 2-2 to White. Strike three called. And there's one away in the Hawkeye ninth. Here comes Mitch Wood. He's been around the program for a while. Last year had a clutch bases clearing double against Michigan to help Iowa secure the sweep over the Wolverines over Easter weekend. Wood is swinging early, and he pulled one foul towards the K-State dugout. Mitch, a senior from Ottumwa, spent some time at Northern Kentucky. Kind of went back and forth, Iowa, Northern Kentucky, back to Iowa. Righty on righty matchup here, the 1-1. Wood takes a slow spinner for a strike, 1-2. Longoria ready, and he pitches to Wood. That's in the dirt. Mitch lays off, 2-2. Count even at 2, the pitch to Wood. Strike three called, outer edge. Burnham with a fastball. And there are 2 outs, and Kyle Olivo coming up to bat for Iowa. Two-way player. Swings at the first pitch, popped it up, left side. This will find the seats. Foul. Olivo, a redshirt freshman from Franklin, Wisconsin. He takes a breaking ball down and in, 1-1. Doubles as an infielder. We've got a few two-way players on this team this year. Got his hands started, didn't commit, and he took a strike, 1-2. Iowa down to its final strike now. 15-6, Kansas State. And the Hawkeyes will need a hard regroup going into tomorrow. 1-2 pitch to Olivo. Check swing, he went around, and that'll do it. Kansas State wins the opener, 15-6. Iowa will be back in action tomorrow against Air Force to try to pick up a victory over the Falcons. We'll take a break. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, or just needs someone to listen, 988 provides a direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, You'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
Save time when you shop online with Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee makes it easy to order groceries online through our app or Hy-Vee.com. Pickup is always free. And if you have a Perks Plus membership, you get free delivery and free express pickup. Shop online with Hy-Vee and you can create and save grocery lists. Shop the sales and get fuel savers. Talk about convenient. Order groceries online today. Check out Hy-Vee.com or download the Hy-Vee app.
Kansas State wins today's matchup over Iowa 15-6. Hawkeyes were out-hit 14-11 by Kansas State. Both teams left a ton of runners on base. Kansas State actually left more on base, leaving 11 on. Iowa left 10. And a lot of those 10 came early on in the game. Iowa left the bases loaded in the first and the third. Kansas State had the bases loaded in the fourth, and they unloaded them with a grand slam. Did not leave the bases loaded. And that's what really broke the game open. They scored 6 in the fourth. Kansas State scored 2 in the first and 1 in the second, so Iowa was already a little bit behind the 8 ball there, but then really opened it up with 6 runs in the fourth, courtesy of the D. Kennedy grand slam. And so Iowa starts the season 0-1, and we'll look to rebound tomorrow against Air Force. 7 o'clock first pitch. We'll have the coverage for you on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Logan Rundy will get the start for the Hawkeyes on the mound. He's a senior, so a more seasoned pitcher, but his first year with the Hawkeyes. Tyler Guerin gets the loss today for Iowa. 3 innings, 6 hits, gave up 7 runs. He walked 5, struck out 2. James Guyette gets the win for Kansas State. 5 innings, 8 hits, 4 earned, 1 walk, 8 strikeouts. And really, we'll hear from Coach Sutherland in a moment, but the pitching for K-State did enough to win, and the pitching for Iowa left a little bit to be desired. 11 walks is going to be hard to overcome. Do not want to get into the habit of that. We'll take a break. We'll be back right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hey fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fan section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Iowa fans, with US Mode from US Cellular, you can keep your eye on the game, not on your screen. Whether you're inside the stadium, tailgating in the lots, or listening to the game at home, US Cellular wants you to focus on genuine connections with your family, friends, and fellow Hawkeye fans. That means at game time, you should do less growing and more cheering. So eliminate distractions and build connections by setting your phone to US Mode, because game day is for cheering on the Hawkeyes. Go Hawks! US Cellular, built for us.
Iowa falls to Kansas State in its opener today, 15-6. The Wildcats get the win. They'll take on UConn tomorrow night. Iowa playing Air Force tomorrow evening. A couple of multi-hit performances for Iowa today. That the Hawkeyes racked up 11 hits, scored 6 runs off those 11 hits. 3 from Kellen Strohmeyer. He led the way offensively. 2 from Gable Mitchell, 2 from Caleb Wolf, and 2 from Cooper Schulte, including a 2-run blast in the 5th inning. A hit for Miles Risley, 1 hit for Matt Delgado, totaling 11 hits for the Hawkeyes. 6 runs, 11 hits, 1 error in the field, 10 left on for Iowa, 15 runs for K-State, 14 hits, clean baseball behind their pitching staff, and 11 left on for the Wildcats. Just looked like a game between two teams that are from the northern half of the United States. A little bit sloppy. They'll clean it up. I'm sure both of them will. K-State was better today, but Iowa has some things to clean up, and they will. And we'll see how those things come together with our first opportunity of the comeback starting tomorrow against Air Force at 7 o'clock. We'll take our final break. We'll hear from Coach Sutherland right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
You asked for all the extreme internet performance at an all-in price, and we listened. Get 1 gig internet with a 2-year price lock and everything included. Unlimited data for non-stop streaming, powerful Wi-Fi for enhanced coverage, built-in online threat protection, and internet equipment. All for just $65 a month for 2 years. It's the extreme 1 gig internet deal you asked for. Call 844-4FASTER or visit extreme.com for details. Offer available to new customers only. Price doesn't include one-time charges, tax, and government fees.
Hey fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fans section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Iowa drops the 2026 opener 15-6 to Kansas State. We're joined by Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland. Coach, a couple opportunities early against this K-State team. Couldn't quite push across any runs. Your general thoughts on today's game?
Yeah, certainly. I thought the first 4 or 5 innings there was some opportunities for us to really, make it a different game. And I think we left maybe 8 guys on base in the first handful of innings. So you're just kind of a hit away, a couple unfortunate punch-outs at spots where you got to move the ball. You got to talk about it all the time. The runners in scoring position, you got to put the ball forward. But it just, credit to them. They made some pitches, and we just didn't clutch up, and then it just kind of got away from us. Really, it stayed pretty consistent most of the game. We just, obviously, too many free bases, and you're constantly in this traffic situation with them to a really good team with some guys back offensively, and credit to them, they clutched up in those spots, some big 2-out hits early. And just, again, we put ourselves in some tough spots with some relievers that came in to, with heavy traffic, and K-State made us pay.
What'd you see from Tyler Guerin's start today?
Well, I mean, the one thing about Tyler is he's got the stuff to be on Friday, right? I mean, it's really good stuff. The bugaboo is exactly what happened today. It's just too many free bases, too much non-competitive stuff, in certain spots. But it's just growing. And again, it's his first Friday night start. He got a couple midweek starts last year, and this is what we're going to be fighting. There's going to be some bumps here, and it's. Hawk fans got to have to stay with us a little bit because it's going to be some of this with guys just inexperienced and how you handle those situations. How do you get yourself out of there? I thought maybe the one inning, maybe the second inning, I think he was bases loaded or whatever, and Tyler gets out of that with 1 run. But then we even think about 2 plays in the second and third inning, kind of 50-50 plays to lead off the innings we don't make. And both of those, both Gable and Coop are fully capable of making those plays. They're not super easy plays, but if you want to be a really good team and you have inexperienced guys on the mound, then those plays become really important. Those extra outs, become really tough on the pitcher to get, 4 and 5 outs, and those let-off innings. Mm-hmm. And so just things like that we just got to shore up, and certainly it was 20-some free bases. I mean, there's just not a team in America you're going to beat when you do those types of things.
I thought Jaron Bleeker was good out of the bullpen today, Coach.
Yeah, I thought Bleek and Tate both did a really nice job. Tate comes into a really tough spot, against Kennedy, who had been hitting us, had been doing work on us all day long, and he gets out of that with maybe 1 more run or whatever it ended up being. So, I thought both of those guys did a nice job. And then offensively, Gable was on all day long. Caleb had a great day. Stroh had a great day. Coop had a great day. There were some things there offensively. Again, we just didn't clutch up in some moments, and we punched out too much. You just can't punch out 13 times. It's not the type of offense we are. It's not the type of hitters we are. So you walk away from this thinking, well, man, we got a lot to get better at. But I also know we're a lot better than that. So we just have to stay with it, and it's one game, and you know, it's years like this where you're like, man, a spring training situation would be great, you know, to try to work some of these kinks out. But that's not the way it works, and we understand that. So, you know, we'll learn from this and you know, come back tomorrow with, you know, the effort and the energy out of this group was great. You know, you never fault that. It's just the ability to deal with the constant chaos, right? It's the ability to bounce back. It's the ability to remain confident when everything, you know, around you is going, you know, is on fire, you know, and when you're young, that stuff just speeds up. And so slowing that stuff down and trusting the process of slowing that down. Even, you know, I talked to Ty at the end of that inning. I said, you're hyperventilating, you know? And he goes, I know. But that's being young and never being out there. That's what happens. We all had to go through it. Mm-hmm. And so it's just the acknowledgement of, okay, I got to trust what my funnel is. I have to trust this process I have between pitches so I can slow that down. Nerves are a part of every competition that you'll ever have. The great ones just can keep the heartbeat slow even though the rest of that stuff is chaotic. And when you're young, those are the things that, you know, you have to, there's no substitute for experience. So you got to be out there, you know. And so we're going to deal with a little bit that, even though it didn't go great. You know, some guys got out there for the first time, and that's really important. And, you know, we all believe that there'll be a bunch, you know, a lot better the next time. So the great thing about baseball is you typically don't have to wait too long. So we don't, you know, about 24 hours, a little over 24 hours, we'll be back at it.
Looking forward to it tomorrow against Air Force. Coach, thanks for coming on up today. We'll see you tomorrow. John. Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland on our postgame show from Goodyear Ballpark, where Kansas State takes the opener 15-6. All right, we're back in action tomorrow, 7 o'clock Central Time against Air Force. Will be on the air about 6:40 on the Hawkeye Radio Network. That'll do it for coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball this afternoon. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Every day's a great day to be a Hawkeye. Some are just a little bit better than others. So long, everybody.
Iowa Hawkeye Baseball has been brought to you by Iowa Corn. You might think Iowa just grows corn, but the truth is corn grows Iowa. Brought to you by Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com/VIP for details. Mid-American Energy. Mid-American Energy is proud to deliver affordable, reliable energy to you all season long. U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. U.S. Cellular, built for us. Also brought to you by Wellmark, here for every member, every moment. Learn more at wellmark.com. U.S. Bank, proud to sponsor the Iowa Hawkeyes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.